Oh, my headset's not on. Whoa, that's quite loud.
They found us! Through the airship! Quickly!
I wish I could make that. I wish I could make that, but I can't. It sucks. Oh, neat.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
New Ollie. Jeez. I don't think I lose time for that. I think I'm still on the same cycle. I'm not. That does unfortunately lose time. Oh no, it doesn't. Where are you going? I don't usually mess that up, so... Oh, I thought I failed it. Okay. I do not miss this.
Stronghold of evil.
I do not miss this at all.
Where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
I'm not gonna lie, I do not miss this. Oh. I don't really miss a lot from, I don't lose a lot from the tiny mistakes, really. The nice thing, like, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, is that, I forgot to say good luck on the runs. Thanks for the good luck. You're very cycle-gated throughout a lot of, You're very cycle-gated throughout, a lot of classic antagony. So, so, like, a lot of the things don't, like, mistakes don't matter as much. Which is really nice. Like, in comparison to a lot of the modern strats, I would actually put classic antagony as like a 7 out of 10, really. Most of the difficulty as well only comes from the fact that it's a gauntlet. Should be fine, yep. I mean, there's also pressure because you know if you die, the game crashes. But, I mean... Oh, neat. If I get fucking ball glitch again... I have gotten ball glitch like 3 times. So far. You bitch. And of course, this is still a problematic part. Okay. I think I'll do Antagony one more time just in case, and then I'll do... First of all, why are you calling me by my first name? That is strike 2. I told you not to be weird. You and I are not friends. You don't get to call me by my first name. I really do not like my boundaries being pushed. Being bullied. I hate it here. Okay. I have Discord closed, so I can't be bullied anymore. Don't get friends. Particularly don't get female friends. They love to bully. I was just a little guy. I don't know why I did it that way. Bullying in the Big 26? There's been bullying since ancient times, my guy. By the way, for reference, I have literally been practicing Hub 3 for like 2 hours. If I'm practicing something, there's something wrong. I re-figured out for like the 7th fucking time how to do the body slam at least. Being pushed away. Being pushed away is actually, good. Because that means that you're probably gonna get clipped. Dude. Dude. Okay. Yep.
They found us!
To the airship! Quickly! Okay, let's do this one more time and then I'll start runs. I practiced Antagony. Antagony shouldn't be a big deal. But I mean, like, majority of the time, yo, senor no. I fucking knew it. Like, the trick for this is to body slam super late. But under the pressure of a run, it's kind of difficult to know if I'm body slamming super late or not. Okay. Okay, I got pushed, so that's good. That... Okay. I'm just... You know, if that happened in a run, I would take it. I might not do the slide jump, though. The slide jump doesn't save that much time to be worth it, considering it's very risky. Can't do anything. Crash's head doesn't move. So what's going on, Pete? I would have started streaming later, but I woke up at 6 o'clock, and I'm like, I just got up. Yo, Abdo, thanks for the good luck. I woke up at 6. I'm pretty sure I body slammed too early there. I body slammed too late there, I think. There we go. Trying to get going with the CTR localization video script. You should be like, ladies and gentlemen, start your engines, and then just like, I mean, and then say it and finish. Why finish? Why not? Look how fast that is. Oh, never mind. Doing something with start your engines. Yeah, I think you should, like, say it in English and then, like, say it in another language that nobody's heard of. Or, like, have somebody do it for you, like the Greek guy. That time my angle was bad. Also, even though I do have a policy for, like, you know, what you did yesterday, since it's you, I really don't care. If you're looking for people to, like, fucking poach, do it. Okay, there we go. I'm starting to get a lot better at that in particular, because I used to think it was random. It's definitely not random. That's super slow, though. If I could just go a little bit faster. If I could go a little bit faster, I could catch that cycle. But that's the problem. I can't catch the fucking cycle. You weren't even thinking of doing it as a problematic? Oh no, in my chat, I don't really care. Because, like, the thing is I know you, we've also worked on shit together. I really don't care. But yeah, and everybody's gonna be like, oh, well, Pete gets special privilege. I mean, of course he does. It's fucking Pedro. It's fucking Pedro el Jugador. If I had Dio here, I would, put a pin. I would, have a pin for like, notifying people. So that way people can know, like, if they speak the languages that you need, I'll send them your way. I lost time, but I don't remember how. This is very slow. Looking at the time. Yeah, this is like a 124 boat, I think, or a 120. It is a 125 boat. So that means I will get 126, which is fine. That is within my parameters. I still don't know exactly, I have like 4 seconds, I think, in AoE. Oh, it was a 124 boat? What the fuck? Thought it was a 125 boat. You are Italian? I don't think Italian is needed. Also, obligatory porco dio. Cazza. I mean, I'm learning Italian, but, like, I mainly only know how to swear. Blame the Spanish in me. Blame the Spanish in me. Io non so parlare italiano. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know how to say I speak a little Italian. I mean, I would just intuit that it's poco, but I don't think it's poco. Because in Spanish, it's poco. Also, the fact that people can't swear on Italian television or they get banned for life is fucking funny. Networking with other nerds in my chat? Yeah, basically. Like, I can say some things. I'm, like, kind of like in a weird mix of B1 and A2, but it's all because of Spanish, and I'm taking, like, 1 semester. I might take a speaking class next semester, but it depends. It depends a lot. I don't really know how to conjugate verbs properly. Even though I understand the verb conjugations very easily, I don't know how to conjugate verbs yet. Like, I still performed better this semester than most of my... Bombardiro crocodilo. I mean, you probably know Mamma Mia. Because everybody knows that. La pizza. La pizza also. Do I feel that AI is impacting the translation field? Yes, but not for the reasons you're thinking. The reason why it's impacting the translation field, like, so, if AI is impacting translation in the way most people think it is, then, Google Translate, when it came out, would have heavily impacted the translation field. It doesn't actually affect the translation, it affects the higher-ups. It affects the corporations hiring the translators. How AI is transforming the translation and interpretation field is they don't need to hire skilled translators. They need to hire people who are good enough and non-specialized translators. Because the customer does not understand the difference between a good translation and a bad translation. Or good interpretation and bad interpretation. The only thing they care about is the results. That is what the consumer cares about. So the higher-ups will hire... And by the way, this isn't an assumption. This is a real thing. I actually have an inside source for this. There was a seminar about it. And yes, they are starting to hire lowest common denominator translators because of AI. But the thing is AI is not good enough to replace people. Like, a lot of people just assume that AI is perfect for translation, and it does well in certain areas of language, but it does not do very well in actual human communication. AI cannot distinguish tone. Including AI also has its own tone. And humans do not like AI tone. It is... like, humans... It was designed to be detectable. Early stream, yes, because I woke up super early today. Yeah, the thing is I know quite a bit about it, because, like, you know, you kind of have to know about it if you're going into language. You can't just exactly escape it. But a lot of people misunderstand what AI is and what it does. A lot of people kind of just assume AI is like this all-encompassing thing that's like super intelligent. It is not. It is a machine that uses calculations based on language models, and it has its areas where it's really good, and it is not designed to actually be accurate. It's not designed to be super precise about its information. It just pulls from a database. People really do not realize that AI will say something incorrect, and it is not difficult to trick an AI. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have its uses, because it absolutely does. Okay. No. I don't know what AGI is, but no. Okay. Let me explain something about all of this, because the thing is there are lots of misconceptions about what AI is. Here's the thing. AI is not intelligent. However, it is very easy to be convinced that it is. Why am I getting a call? Fuck off. Yo, Loten, thanks for the good luck. The fuck? Who the hell just called me? That is good at everything? No. They talk like they are eating something. AI has no intelligence. It's not even really good at its super specific tasks, but it has its uses. Everybody overestimates AI. Everybody overestimates how good AI is, because it's not. It's like, I'll give you an example in the field I'm going into, right? So I'm going into teaching, and what AI is very good for with teaching in academia is creating exams and helping make lesson plans. And people would be like, wow, that's lazy work. No. Because, reminder, a teacher's job is to teach. And if you spend less time on making the plans, and you spend less time making, if you spend less time making the plans, and less time making the exams, and you have you have more time teaching. AI is more of an advanced search engine, yes. People assume that it is good when it is not. If you are an expert, yes, AI for lesson plans, extremely good. I know people who do use it. My professors have told me, like, listen, I can focus so much on teaching my students, so that way they can actually learn what I'm trying to teach them instead of having to, like, push all this time doing this when I can basically make plans for, like, when things don't work well. Not good enough, but it will be in the near future? No. It will not. People are vastly overestimating AI. Especially because it is unsustainable, too. Yeah, AI is just a tool. People use it as, like, this, like, second coming of fucking, like, you know, the best shit ever made, and it's like, no. It is a tool, it is being misused, and it is unsustainable. It's already collapsing. The bubble is already collapsing. Wait. And people are like... It's crazy how ignorant a lot of people are with, like, all of this stuff. And the reason why is because they're advertising AI as, like, this amazing thing that could do literally everything possible. And it's like, no. That's not how it works. None of it is how any of this works. But a lot of corporations are investing in AI and saying, like, it'll transform and change everything, and it's taking jobs and things like that. The problem is the corporations do not understand what AI is, because the people that make the AI and want the money need to tell them it is way more reliable than it actually is. AI also uses a lot of water, yes. I had to tell my mom yesterday because she was asking about these databases. I had to... It's not a bubble, it's a huge breakthrough, but very overhyped. It is a bubble here, for sure. Because everything and everybody is investing in it. But the unsustainability here is immense. Okay. We are on a run. Well, we don't know yet. Hang on. Nope. I did not say that. I didn't say anything like that. What do you think about AI art? I don't really care. Unless, like if people are using AI art to help out, it's fine. To replace artists? No. That is wrong. That is taking jobs away from people. Like, in the way that economies work, taking away, like, modern economies, there is most likely a different means, like, different ways of life that we don't know about that's sustainable. But in the current way that human society works in general, taking away jobs is a very bad idea. Like, a very, very, very bad idea. There are other systems that we can't exactly implement. Modern economics is fucking garbage. It is a system that is doomed to fail, unfortunately. By the way, also, not talking about politics. I am talking specifically about economics. Am mad when you use AI? I do. People get mad about using AI because they say that eventually it will replace people's jobs. It's like the thing that I said about, like... It's the thing that I said about, with translation, is that the issue isn't actually with the people, it's with who's hiring the people. Yeah. The issue has nothing to do with the AI itself. It is the people hiring the people. So, like, I mean, I have no issues with that. Decided to use AI art? That's really bad. For ads, I mean... But, yeah... It's... Like... It's a touchy subject. But, like, the problem is that how corporations work, because this is how they teach business, fun fact, by the way. I know a little bit about what they teach in business classes. It's also not very difficult to kind of, like, figure out. Is that they always do risk management. By the way, this is because of how they teach micro and macroeconomics. They teach risk management, and the thing about risk management is that they usually take the lowest cost, their lowest risk, for the highest possible reward. An AI that the only thing you need to do is pay servers to maintain is a lot cheaper than paying a worker. So businesses will only look at it from the business model perspective. Because they want their business to grow. And that makes sense. Problem is that, it pollutes other things. So, like, I mean, if you really look at it from their perspective, a lot of what they're doing makes sense. Problem is, humans are not very farsighted. And when we see that problems are arising, we make, rash judgments based on what we think is going to be the safest possible thing. Humans do not generally think about the, like, far future. But also the thing is businesses have to stay afloat. The problem is that, that short-sightedness basically is going to be a lot of downfalls. This is another reason why I say, like, the ignorance... Hesitant to check it because they didn't afford money for the ad, so the product is probably cheap. That's true. That's very true. I am also, don't get me wrong, I am not saying that you shouldn't blame the people for making these decisions. I'm saying that this is why it's happening, and attacking it with understanding is going to be a lot better for bettering, you know, society in the world. You can't just tackle stuff saying that your own assumptions and your own ignorance is going to be a way to fight something. The thing is if you're only upset about AI and slop, what is that going to tell the companies? They say, well, I just have to sell you the AI harder. Because the thing is they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Ignorance fighting ignorance does not fucking work. Ignorance fighting ignorance does not work. It never fucking works. And assuming that the other party is as intelligent is also a bad thing. Yo, Saucy. So it's very simple. Try to understand from the other side, and then, you know, like, if you have a chance to try to inform the people, do it. Started because of the convenience. The businessmen were right to keep trying. Yes, they were. I just also wish the businessmen would, I wish the businessmen would also, like, have knowledge on what the fuck AI is and what it does. Like, a lot of the ways that the businessmen are implementing them are assuming that AI takes over completely, instead of assessing where it could actually be properly used and actually help out. Like, the reason why academia is implementing AI correctly is because where they're trying to push AI in academia doesn't make any fucking sense. They're trying to push AI as a source of information, and academia will say, no. Because still, you have to go with sources. You have to have things that back up what you're saying. And academia knows that that ain't gonna fucking fly. However, doing things with lesson plans and making exams, yes, that is extremely good and very helpful. And also, you can't just have the AI work on the lesson plans for you. You have to actually also do them yourself. You have to give the AI the prompt, and you have to, like, adjust it. So with academia, AI is already basically, people know exactly what they need to do for AI. Even the higher-ups understand, because most of the higher-ups in academia at least have some understanding of how AI works and how academia works. When there is a disconnect between the actual skills required to run the business, it is difficult to ascertain what and where the AI can go in order to make things better. It has its uses. It really has its uses. I personally don't like it. But at the same time, you know, it has its uses. It is a tool. Because the thing about me is that I want to understand what the fuck I'm doing. So, for example, when I was in high school, I would never use a calculator. I would always try to work out my problems. Like, to be fair, I was also one of the faster ones to finish my tests. I wasn't the best. I got above average in my math classes, but I would never use a calculator. which kind of sucked because once I got to trigonometry, which trigonometry is not exact, they don't teach you how to do trigonometry by hand anymore, so I had no fucking clue how to do trigonometry. And I was horrible at it, but algebra I was quite good at. Because you can write it down on a piece of paper, and boom, there you go. Banned until college. I'm hoping that a lot of people there are good at math. Like, I am still capable of solving a quadratic formula and a lot of other stuff. I even tutored somebody in it, despite not even seeing a quadratic formula in nearly 10 years. I was able to just tutor somebody in it just because, like, I worked it out. I still understand how like to use the formula. I don't remember the fucking shit. Not your school, the whole country? Yeah, that's what I meant. And actually, by the way, I was not very good at math when I was super young. When I was learning multiplication, I was very bad at it. And then one day it just clicked. For some reason, I really don't know what the fuck happened. I just started understanding it. And I was able to do a lot of multiplication in my head. But the problem with me is that because I'm scatterbrained, I needed to find a means to, like, be able to do stuff without having to, like, do it in my head and organize it. So what I ended up doing, how I ended up solving it, was I read through one of my textbooks and I learned a method of, like, breaking down multiplication bit by bit. I'm like, oh, this is easy. And then in 6th grade, funny enough, this was really dumb. They forced us to do a very specific mathematics method called the lattice method, and I was fucking horrible at it. They forced us to do it, and the thing was like, my method works just fine, and they're like, no, you can't do your method, you have to do this method, and then I was really bad at doing multiplication. And the funny thing was that I remember in high school, there was this, he was like the only Mexican kid in the school. He was called Juan, funny enough. And here's the thing. He would tell me, because he was struggling with math, he was like, dude, I can't do math, I smoke too much, because he was a pothead. And you know what he said? What I did was I taught him my method, and he's like, what? It's that easy? I'm like, yeah. Yeah, it's that easy. And he's like, wow, I didn't even know. Shit. People who hate math, it's not that they understand it, they get anxiety from it. I don't hate math. I mean, I don't like higher level math because, like, there's no point in me trying to understand it. I almost died. I missed a little bit of movement there. Get anxiety because they don't understand it. They get anxiety because they're told math is hard. I don't think the anxiety is by design exactly. I think it is literally because people are told math is hard and they're afraid of failing. I think that's where the issue is. Because, like, when you just take it bit by bit, it's easy.
Looks like we'll have to wring it out of him. Embryo, get changed.
Like, usually, it was the exact... When I was tutoring my friend in math, because he was doing quadratic formulas, he was, like... He was watching this, like, super complex video on, like... That took him, like, 20 minutes to explain, and I'm like, no, this is what you do. And then I just literally, like, fucking... That's true. So what I did was I just said, here, this is what you do. You take this, and then you do, like, okay, well, it's like, alright, well, you look at this. What is this? And then you just break it down. It's like, and then he got the answer right. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to make one for you. And he's like, no, don't do it. And I'm like, yeah, do it, because you could do it. And then I just made it up. He got it correct very quickly. And you know what? He fucking passed that math test. He passed the fucking math test. And it only took me like 10 minutes to explain. And there was a language barrier. I think it's a combination of the authority figures saying so, and the people that are saying, like, telling people how to teach it, make it overly complex. Because, like, they take 20-minute long fucking videos to explain how to solve quadratics. No, it doesn't take fucking 20 minutes to explain to somebody who is 17 how they fucking work. It's not hard. If you take it from somebody that is smarter than you, you're never going to learn. The thing about teaching, at least like from what I have learned from my mom, because my mom has been a kindergarten assistant for a long time, and from other things, is like, if you always put yourself above your students, your students are going to look at you as the peak, and then judge themselves if they can't do it. The way that you're supposed to teach is you're supposed to be on their level and make sure that they understand as much as you do. And if they don't get it from the complex side, you have to do it from the simplistic side. Race each other in multiplication. Competition can help. Or Kahoot, yeah. Kahoot is nice. Carl Sagan said it very well. I believe it was Carl Sagan. Maybe it was Albert Einstein. But it's, if you cannot explain something to a child, you don't understand the thing. And what that means is not like, if you can't explain it to somebody who's really young and underdeveloped, then you don't know it. What it means is that if you only understand it from the high academic source, you don't actually understand it, you're just parroting. If you are capable of taking the information and then transforming it into an easy to comprehend format, so that somebody who doesn't understand the material can understand the material, you know the material, is what it means. This is what I strive for, like, when I'm, like, explaining, like, some kind of complex glitch thing. I am literally doing that. I am literally saying, I'm trying to think about, how would I explain it to somebody that doesn't understand the concepts that I do? And I know very well when I cannot when I cannot explain it. Okay. Here we go again. Alright. Gate number 2. Okay. That's a good sign. Come on. There we go. No! Aww. I choked. How does that glitch work? Okay. So... Okay, so, basically what's happening is that you need to be inside of the previous room in order to load the area. Problem. I am on SSD, so I can't have the area load and jump into it without doing some, like, under frame perfect. So it's like, I'm not guaranteed to get it even if I get the right frames of jumping. So what I'm doing is I am doing a pause buffer, so that way I can use 2 inputs for 1 frame. And what I'm doing is I'm holding down on the D-pad and holding B to body slam, so I have the lowest amount of momentum possible, because body slams cut your momentum. So what is happening is I'm doing this to clip inside of the wall instead of I'm doing this to clip inside of the wall instead of doing it the traditional way. So, all those, like, fancy things are essentially to force Crash to clip himself inside of the wall so that way he can load the room while being... He can load the room while loading the room, which I know sounds weird. But there's 2 separate processes that are going on. Being in the area that makes the room load, and also being inside of the room at the same time is not really possible unless you clip inside of the wall. That's why I'm pause buffering. I don't need to pause buffer, but I should. This was basically how I solved the issue of loading, because my loads are too fast. Pause buffering for greater consistency. Yes and no. It is essentially impossible for me to hold down on the D-pad and body slam on the same frame. Pausing... So, there are 2 bytes in the data that, there are 2 bytes in the data that handle inputs in Twinsanity. They're all for, like, basically, there is a bit that is being flipped. I did say it is under frame perfect. The solution was the thing that I was doing. Doing it the old way that everybody else did it is nearly impossible with my loads. But yeah, so essentially there are 2 different bytes where basically the game is handling inputs, where every time you press a button, a bit is flipped, you know, going from 0 to 1. And essentially, like, the D-pad and the B button are on different bytes, so you can essentially do both of those inputs at the same time. Time to make the CD dirty, but I'm running off of a hard drive. It's different with my loads, yes. So, I could play on disc, but I would lose time to loads. And also there's some other weird oddities that happen due to lag. And it makes AA slower because you have to pause. You have to pause at the boat, and you have to pause in Antagony at the end. You also have to pause during the death abuse in the airship. But yeah, so essentially what's happening is that because the game reads the B button and the D-pad as two separate bytes of inputs, I can do them at the same time. For example, by the way, if I am moving the right stick, it overwrites the body slam. I actually checked that out. It overwrites the body slam. For some weird reason. I don't know why it does that, but it does that. So, just buy a slower hard drive, imagine. I mean, I have an SSD, and the SSD is relatively slow. And it's like, oh no, you have an SSD in your OG Xbox. It's like, well, yes, because the thing is I'm a fucking barbarian. I'm not going to put physical components inside of my fucking Xbox because I will break that fucking hard drive. So I got the SSD because it was like, well, I will break it. Because I move shit around, I'm not exactly gentle. You can hear, like, this, the inputs I'm doing, I'm being gentle. No, I have an SSD in it. We're allowed to put SSDs. If we're not, I mean, like, I think that was already established, but yeah, I have an SSD, and I think, like, running Twins off of an SSD is not... shouldn't be illegal. So if anybody wants to know the reason behind allowing hard drive for Xbox for Twins, we had a very good reason, and I had a very good argument for it. OG Xboxes are in bad condition. HDDs are slower. Yes, they are. OG Xboxes, finding them in good condition is very difficult. OG Xbox discs are starting to get disc rot, which is insane. So the thing is like, it is better to give people more availability and not have to pay too much in order to, like, access the hardware. By the way, this is also why I want to add 360, soft-modded 360, which I still haven't tested yet, because I don't know how to put Twins on the 360 yet, and make it run. But how hard is my drive? Pretty hard. Pretty hard. Some might say solid. Solid state drive. But yeah, so because of the lack of accessibility, we kind of we just allowed it. And especially because, like, can it not skip? No. It needs me to help it out. Also, yokes. So, accessibility was the biggest thing, and also having to buy a European OG Xbox is really fucking expensive. When you could just soft mod it. The thing is like, you could just soft mod it anyways. And it kind of opened a can of worms that was really nice, because of that, yeah, it needs me to help skipping the nut, yes. Because of that, we allow OPL on PS2, which is nice, because some people can't get European PS2s. It also allowed emulator. So, like, it was a pretty big win for accessibility. The only problem is that the way it was handled was weird, where even now people assume emulator's not allowed for Twinsanity speedrunning, when it is. It is allowed. At least on PS2. Xbox, not so much, even though Xbox emulator is still way more accurate than PCSX2, but... well... you know. I think that if we found a version of the Xbox emulator on 360 that doesn't cause lag, I think 360 should take over the meta in general. Because just about anybody can find a 360. I prefer accessibility over, like, anything else. Because the thing is like, speedrunning shouldn't be super gated. I mean, it's always been gated, but the thing is like, being very, very, like, price gated. Hopefully it will advance so it can recompile a game on PC, imagine. I mean, Twinsanity's been decompiled, it just hasn't been recompiled. On Sonic and the Black Knight, I want to do Sonic and the Black Knight. I'm so bad at it, though. My first RA game I think I'm gonna do on stream is Sonic and the Secret Rings. And people are gonna be like, why the fuck are you playing that game? Because I like it. I like Sonic and the Secret Rings. I am one of the few people in this world that actually really likes Secret Rings. You know, I never imagined I would be able to do mountain skip while talking. I lost a second. It's fine, though. People hate Secret Rings? Yes. People shit on Secret Rings all the time. I love Secret Rings. It's not, like, my favorite Sonic game, but I really like it. Okay, I only have one mask. Okay. Okay, got it. Ooh, I'm behind on the cycle now. Neat. Sucks. Opinion invalid. Imagine. Secret Rings OST is fucking awesome. Listen, you have not... Yo, Shrek 3, let's go. Listen, you have not lived until you fucking started blasting fucking, Levitation Ruins or Let the Speed Mend It while driving down the highway. Like... driving down the fucking highway listening to Let the Speed Mend It is peak. Working on the recomp right now, but for PS2, why would you do that? Like, the game's been decompiled on Xbox already. It would be better to do the... It would be better just to, like, work on what's already been decompiled. Plus, the game functions better on Xbox than PS2. Like, to me, Night of the Wind... The Night of the Wind... Oh. Fight the Night is really, really good. Will to fight in the world inside it's right and I'm alive. Hasn't been fully decompiled on Xbox. Doesn't matter whether it's Xbox or PS2, then do it on Xbox. At least the game has been rewritten in assembly, from what Kesh has told me. Sonic games never disappoint when it comes to music. Mostly. There's a couple of outliers. I mean, it's no Metroid 2 on the Game Boy. There goes native Linux. Dude, that was... Nah, I'm not taking that. Native Linux port. There's already tools from the Unleashed Recomp for Xbox. That's for 360. That's 360, not Xbox. Unless they also added it for OG Xbox, but OG Xbox is a totally different beast. The other thing, too, is that people don't understand the OG Xbox as well as they understand the 360. Why did the nut redirect like that? What I really wish that we would have for, like, just, recomps is that, like, if we could just have something that is literally the actual games had better graphics. I think it looks better on Xbox, actually. You hate when your nut redirects? Same. But, like, I kind of wish that we had something where, like, it literally is the game with no changes. And the reason why I say this is because, I would like to have something where we can implement these fan ports to speedrunning without having to, like, separate them from console or whatever, because, like, a lot of these PC ports can run on really bad hardware. Like, a native PC port of Crash Twinsanity, I can't read right now, I'm doing mountain skip. Crash 5, that is the Japanese name of Crash Twinsanity. And the slight vibrant in saturation. I mean, that's true. And yes, this viewer is, at least from my knowledge, Japanese. So, Crash Twinsanity was called Crash 5 in Japan. Twak was called Crash 4, which is interesting because Crash 4 It's About Time is also Crash 4 in Japan. Because whoever localized did not know that there was already a Crash 4. Fun fact. Which the Taiwanese version of Crash Twinsanity is still called Crash Twinsanity, not Crash 5. At least for Xbox. I don't know about PS2. But, Japan did not get an Xbox release for Twinsanity because the Xbox failed horrendously in Japan. Like, there were people who liked Xbox, but it was mainly Nintendo and, Sony that reigned supreme in Japan. The 360 did a little bit better, but, it didn't exactly do super well. The amount of Japanese people I've seen that liked and played Halo, I can count on my hand. Despite Halo being, like, an absolute, like, one of the most critically acclaimed series of the time. I knew of a Japanese speedrunner called History 100. He ran, Halo 3. He disappeared. We don't know what happened to him. And nobody in the Halo speedrunning community spoke Japanese. And he didn't speak English. So whatever he was cooking, because he was definitely cooking something, he's gone now. All that is gone. Even now, my Japanese isn't exactly good enough to communicate. I mean, it is at a spoken, but not for writing. And my spoken Japanese is very rusty, because I've been focusing more on Spanish. That's one of my goals this summer, is to get my Japanese back up to where it was, and even better. But for right now, unfortunately, my Japanese is hetakusa. I still can't believe I could do mountain skip while talking now. I can't do it while reading, it's too precise. Okay, that doesn't work. I'll try to figure out the movement for that eventually. I do remember when I was in Japan, somebody was telling one of the staff members about Animal Crossing, and he literally, like, translated the name of Animal Crossing, the English name of Animal Crossing. Do not. Okay. And it's like, well, no, Animal Crossing is not that. It is Doubutsu no Mori. This is quite slow. I think I'm gonna lose... I'm gonna lose a lot of time. I think I'm gonna get like a 411. Whoa! Okay, never mind. Yeah, fun fact, Animal Crossing is called Doubutsu no Mori in Japanese, which means animal forest. I mean, there's some titles that are the same, but translated. Like, for example, Legend of Zelda is Densetsu no Zelda. There's a weird thing with language. Not everything gets translated. Not everything, is translatable. But a lot of people who are kind of newer to learning a second language, or just learning a different language, usually kind of assumes there's a translation for everything, and that if you use the native word, that the natives will understand. But sometimes that's not even the case. And we were talking about this the other day, that there's really no proper way to say tilted in Spanish. I mean, there's a way to say, don't tilt me. But you can't say tilted in Spanish, so you would say, like, tilt. There's also no way of really saying cringe. A lot of times, you'll just say, cringe in Spanish. This is pretty bad movement. Okay. We're going fast. We are not going fast, never mind. Cool. Slowest mountain skip I have done. Okay. This is really slow, holy shit. Okay. And I got the insta-fall, so run died. Yeah, that is a fun little, those are some fun little facts that you can, take if you are not a, if you're not somebody who is used to learning language. Good example in Japanese is that they have the term doraibu suru, which is taken from English meaning drive, but it doesn't mean driving, because driving is intensuru, which is a different word. Doraibu suru means to enjoy. You know, like go for, not a joyride, but like drive for the sake of driving. Not because you have to go somewhere. It's not like the general drive. The general drive is intensity. Spanish does this too. And like I have a couple of those that I use. Yo, Master Stick, thanks for the good luck. One of the things that I do when I speak Spanish is, I will use an English word if I don't know the Spanish word. Like, I have a word for, like, checking, you know, like, check Discord or whatever, and I literally just say chequear. Which is the English word check, just with Spanish, just with, Spanish verbs. Fun little fact. And these things pop up all the time, and a lot of people don't entirely realize it themselves. There are also a lot of English words that are just not English. I think it's like 70%, it's like 60 or 70% of our vocabulary is actually from French and Latin. However, the most frequently used and the most basic 100 to 1,000 words are mostly Germanic. You could still make sentences with it. Just don't get is that it's not words that are being translated, but meanings and concepts. Yes. One thing that kind of messes me up is, well, at least in Spanish, is that if I'm trying to, like, ask somebody to spell something, how it is interpreted most of the time in Spanish is spell it out. Or, like, say it again. Which the word to spell is deletrear, but a lot of times if you say, ¿Cómo se deletrea? They will say the word again. And this also happens when you, this also happens when Spanish speakers learn English, is that they will literally, like, if you say, can you spell it? They will say the term again. Because different situations require different concepts, yes. There are a lot of concepts, for example, in Japanese that just have no fucking translation in English. And same with Spanish. Like, there are literal concepts where you just cannot fucking say them in English, but you could say them in Spanish, and vice versa. In Japanese, for example, they don't differentiate jump and fly. In English, we have certain concepts for certain things, like hop, skip, and jump is the biggest, like, meme that, like, it's hard for foreigners to learn, because the thing is while to us hopping, skipping, and jumping are all three totally different words, they are not different in Spanish. You can describe how they work. Like, a hop you can describe. You could say, like, saltito, or, like, mini salto. But skipping and jumping, skipping is not exactly, like, translatable. But then, one of the biggest memes that we know, that English speakers would know about Spanish, is that there are two different verbs that mean to be, and they have completely different uses. Now, for an English speaker, this is, like, fucking nuts. And it's ser y estar. Ser is usually used for static concepts, which means things that generally don't change, and estar is for things that are dynamic. They can change. For example, soy alto. I'm tall. You can't exactly change the fact that you're tall. Or, like, soy simpático. I'm nice. Soy tímido. I'm shy. Those are concepts that are harder to change. They're more intrinsic. That doesn't mean they can't change, but generally the idea is that they don't change. Estar is for things that do change a lot. You know, like, how are you today? Estoy cansado. I'm tired. Estoy emocionado. I'm hyped. Estoy aburrido. I'm bored. These concepts do not fucking work in, English. Even worse in Japanese, because the copula doesn't exactly work in the same way. Yo, James, thanks for the good luck. Another example is that in English, we don't generally distinguish verbs, meaning eating at different times of the day. For example, I mean, one of the ways that you can in English is to dine used to mean to have dinner. Breakfast, it used to be breaking the fast. Lunch, to lunch. Yes, that was the thing that existed. Supper, to sup, because supper used to be a different concept from dinner. Used to be. No longer is, because we don't, our American culture shifted. We only have 3 meals a day, we don't have 4. Snacking comes from this. To snack. Or rather, we say to have a snack. But we still say snacking. A snack on something. These concepts don't exist in English anymore. At least to the same degree that they used to. I remember this being slow. I did take damage. And then there's also words like, say, Schadenfreude, which comes from German. That is a decently common word in the English language now. Tornado is a Spanish word. Tsunami is also a loan word. It comes from Japanese. There's also a loan word that comes from Japanese, which is skosh. I'm also convinced that mess hall comes from the term meshi in Japanese, which is a term that means food. You would just be surprised. Okay. Let's see if I could do AoE skip. If I could do AoE skip. And then we get AA. 24-3X. There is technically 14 seconds of time save, I think, on this sum of best. I think it's 14 seconds. One, 2, 3, 4, and about 6 of those seconds is is in ball glitch. There's not that much time that I could save off of AoE skip now. I got a fast hub 3 split while I was practicing. That lost about 3-4 seconds. There's not much time that I can save there, but that is also like the place where I'm prone to lose more time. There we go. I did lose a little bit of time. I did lose a little bit of time in the high seas. So I think I'm gonna be a little bit behind. This is the split that I expect to lose the least amount of time save on. Yeah, I'm gonna get like a 5:57, I think. 2 seconds off of some best, 1 second off of best split time.
Ruined, thanks to
0.3 off of average. Makes sense.
and only one person can help. My niece, Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made a few modifications here and there. Quickly, to my
I'm gonna have to go to bed at 5. Well, not go to bed, but I'm gonna be like low energy starting from like 5.
Come along.
Okay. Oh, this might be a 5, and this might be a 58. It was not a 58, okay. Okay. Here it comes. Okay. All right. No! Man. That sucks. Those two are the hardest parts of the run. Getting that body slam and then getting those 2 body slams is like the hardest parts. Once I'm in fighting Amberly, we could start actually like believing in the run. Just so people are aware, we could start believing in the run once, we could start believing in the run once we, what's it called, Once we're in Hub 4, we can believe. I think I'm gonna get at least, like, a low 720 in Antagony. I should be at least getting a low 720 in Antagony. I might get, what's it called? I might get a, sub. Ugh. How? Was that still a 123 boat? I hate it when it does that. I hate it when it does this too. Okay. If I do well, it's a 409. Yo, Hatake, what's up? No, man. Why did the camera have to do that? I'm used to being, like, only 3 seconds off of sum of best. Going all the way into, like, into Hub 3. Because, High Seas movement is not very difficult to pull off. High Seas movement is very, High Seas movement is very regular. The only thing that you have to pay attention to are the rats, and sometimes the rats can, like... I play on console. The only thing you have to really pay attention to are the rats. Yikes. And, like, usually the variation is, like... Usually the variation's, like, within a second. Even, like, Mountain Skip, even Mountain Skip is not, like... The movement for it is not that difficult. In terms of, like... The only thing is that with Mountain Skip, movement errors mean you fail. That is for a lot of, like... For the entirety of Hub 2, that is pretty much how it works. Hub 1 has, like, 3 seconds of variation, generally. I only allow for 2 seconds. So if I lose more than 2 seconds, I'm usually, like, not caring. I usually reset. I knew that wasn't gonna work. In Hub 2, it doesn't really matter because the worst that I get is like 3 seconds off of sum of best. And unless I get bad RNG, usually on the Brio fight, Kevin has been a bitch today. Will I pay attention to live split by looking at my PC? Yes. I do. My live split is right beside my chat. I do look pretty often. The only time I don't look is when I don't know what time I'm at. I stop looking at the timer in Hub 2 after I hit the world checkpoint at high seas. And I don't really check again until, I don't check again until I touch the Madame Amberly cutscene, because I will get to calculate just how much time I lose or save. Because once I hit the Amberly cutscene, it is about 2 minutes until the next split. This is pretty fast. But usually for Hub 1, I look a lot. I think it's like 10 or 15 times I look at the splits, so I know pretty much what my pace is at the beginning of the run. That's a 122 boat. That's really fucking fast. And I didn't get the long jump, so I lose a second. Yikes, almost died. Bat was really slow too. But yeah, most of these are straight lines. And most of, like, just the standard movement in general for high seas is, like, really good. It's very, very regular, very consistent. So I don't really, like, lose a lot of time. Like, I mean, I know it's like, oh, you're super close to your sum of best. Oh, shit, you must be, like, super good. Does 1 second matter a lot for this category? Not really. I do try to save as much as I can, but that doesn't mean that I have to. I'll fuck off. I'm a little behind the cycle, but it's okay. Just depends on where this rat is. Okay, we're good. It's kind of slow. I'm not gonna... I mean, at this point, I'm probably not gonna post on Discord just to spite you. Any good run? This one's really good. I haven't gotten anything past AoE skip, but I have been getting the body slam. Unfortunately, that probably jinxed it. This run's really good. This one might even be, what are my thoughts on the OST? Everybody loves this OST. The only person I've met who doesn't like the OST, has issues with hearing, like, mouth noises. Yeah, this is really good. I am less than a second off of my sum of best right now. You would think I'd be super nervous. I'm not really that nervous. Why did I do that in particular? I mean, it's not that this game is optimized enough, it's just that this category is really easy to optimize. Because, like, all of the movement is, like... There's not much variation in the movement. You do the same thing every time. It's not like Hundo, where so many things can go wrong. Like, the most variation that happens in this run is actually Hub 1. So I expect to lose the most time in Hub 1 over any other split. I can lose time here if I get bad RNG, and that's 5 seconds, and that would suck. But you need to get better at the Walrus Chase. Walrus Chase is all muscle memory. As long as you know, all you need to know is where you are to place your slide jumps correctly. That's all you need. It's not that bad, because the Walrus Chase has 0 variation. High Seas also does not have much variation in it. In Hundo it does, but not by much. In this category, it's just basically like, do you know where to go? You've gotten better at it, but you think you try to go too fast? You should never try going too fast in Twins. That is an awful idea. Gonna be lurking. Good luck with work. One, 2, 3, 4. I also think that it's a pretty good indicator that even though I am less than a second away from my sum of best right now, and that I'm not even nervous, I think that's a pretty good indicator that, like, this is kind of expected. Now, if I am less than a second off of my sum of best coming out of Hub 3, yes, I will be nervous. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the thing is I know what can happen in Hub 3. I can make some kind of stupid mistake. I can make some kind of stupid mistake that could really fuck anything up. But for right now, like, there is basically no reason for me to be nervous. I mean, I feel a little bit of the nerves. By the way, that was almost a massive mistake that I just did. Almost. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, I am going to lose about 2 seconds. It's going to be almost a 5:58. Now, the next split is going to matter a lot. If I get close to sum of best in AoE, yeah, I'm going to be really fucking nervous. I will be massively nervous for AA.
Isn't she delightful? Obviously, I've made a few modifications here and there.
Yeah, also, by the way, if I get a really good AA and I get ball glitch, this can 24-2x. I just want to point that out there. Yeah, cortisol low for now. Will be very high if I get AA, though. Or if I get to AA. With no mistakes. Oh. Yep, cortisol pretty low, though I'm starting to feel nervous. I will feel even more nervous if I actually get this body slam. Okay, here it comes again. Nope. I'm not on it. Okay. Come on. There we go. Fuck you. This is sad. What happens if you go into that fight with Crash? You just can't do anything. Fuck. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I am going to be +8. No, I'm gonna be +6.
I'm an evil scientist.
A scientist of it. To me, you'll always be a little bird.
I see. But did I start... How did I start learning it? I was starting to learn it in school. Okay, this is a really good fight. Okay. Alright. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Why am I here? Why the fuck am I here? Why the fuck am I here? Why the fuck am I here? Note to self, don't fucking pause the game. What the fuck? I would have been very mad if that, like, honestly, I would have been very mad if I actually, like, did really well in AoE skip. What in the world happened? That, sometimes Nina can trigger that checkpoint. If you do something in specific. What is supposed to happen? Oh, I just spawn in outside of AoE and then I go into, the airship. So, the first thing about learning a second language, I'm going to say this right off the bat. Don't take advice. Do not take advice. All of those, like, language learning advice videos, they don't fucking work. They only work for extremely specific people. Like... They only work for extremely specific people, and they are not catered to you and how you learn. The thing about language is, I mean, so the first things first, you need a vocabulary. You can't reach A1 if you don't have a vocabulary. At the beginning, you just have to study. You just have to study. I mean... Mind you, by the way, I am at least what somebody would consider a linguistics expert. But it's like, the one thing that you do need because you can't get syntax if you don't have a vocabulary. You have to study vocabulary first. You just need to know words. And they could be anything. You just need words to make connections. Everything else, just do what you enjoy doing. Watching videos, if you like watching videos. Watching TV shows. Consume media. Talk to people if that's what you prefer, even though that's going to take a while to be able to do. Like, it has to be catered specifically to you. Because what is the number one thing that happens with basically anybody that follows these language guides and all this advice and whatnot? I'll tell you what happens. None of them fucking learn the language. They either quit because what they say is, oh man, you have so much discipline. It takes so much discipline to learn a language. No, it doesn't. I am lazy. I'm fucking lazy. Yo, MGG. Like, I'm fucking lazy. The thing is like, I just know how I learn, and if I follow things like, you know, using flashcards, which in the beginning, flashcards are good. But you are not going to get it if they say, like, oh, you need to do this amount of time, this long, this amount of times per day, this amount of time per day. Take no breaks, immerse yourself. All that shit is bullshit. Like, it works. Yo, Princess Samoyed. It works for some people. Just get like a vocabulary of maybe 500 to 1,000 words or something like that, which for Spanish is not very hard because there's a lot of crossover between English and Spanish. Especially if you live in the US. There's a lot of crossover. You likely already have a vocabulary of 400, 500, and you just don't know it yet. That doesn't mean that you know the nuances between the languages, because just because there's a consistency doesn't mean they mean the same thing. Like, molestarse doesn't mean the same thing as molest. Because in English, molest is a sexual crime. In Spanish, it just means to be annoyed. So, like, me molesta, for example, means it annoys me. You're better just trying to enter community. You are not better trying to enter community. No. No, entering a community of people who are trying to learn the language, that is a bad idea. Two reasons why. First reason is, level equivalence. So, like, there was somebody that asked me earlier about helping them learn Spanish, but they're, like, way below my level. The thing is, like, the only thing that person gets out of that friendship is teaching. And the person with the lower level, they only get language. It's basically like, it is more of a transaction. And the thing is you don't really learn anything because usually the person of a higher level is not familiar enough to give you the right advice. That's problem number one. Problem number two is when you actually enter a community, most of the people at the top are really toxic and say, my method is better, use my method. Now, here's where you're correct. Because this is where this stuff actually works quite well. There is a way to do this where you don't actually reach language learners, because language learners are different from people learning a language. Those are two totally different concepts. A language learner is just somebody who's learning the language. A person learning a language is different. So, like, say, for example, and by the way, a lot of what I said applies mostly to either people who are learning Japanese or English speakers trying to learn a different language. So here's the thing. For non-native English speakers, entering a community where there are other non-native English speakers of either similar level and also English speakers at the same time, like speedrunning, that is where that advice works. Because the thing is the focus is not actually on learning the language, it happens naturally. When the focus is on the language, which most of the time people, non-native English speakers who are learning English, the focus isn't always on English. Like, it's not the language itself, the language is what's bringing everybody together. And this happens a lot more in English-speaking spheres than not, and it also happens in Japanese learning spheres. That is the only thing and the only reason that happens, and there's a lot of toxicity. That's the thing that kind of sucks, because the thing is, a lot of people who don't speak English natively learned English by basically doing what I said. Where, yes, you're surrounded by both native speakers and also non-native speakers who have varying degrees of levels, but the reasons you're together are not for language. The reasons you could communicate are for language, and that is a totally different concept. And there... Without actually talking? Yes. The thing is that what you said makes sense when it is not... When English isn't the native language of the people. When English is the native language of the people, this happens. I have seen it in so many different instances. I see it in basically all of my language programs. I've looked up advice and stuff. I see it everywhere. Now, when I looked up stuff about in Spanish, the only time that this ever came up was Japanese. Because I hear the same things that are being parroted by the English speakers who have supposedly mastered the Japanese language or whatever. A lot of it is unfortunately bullshit. Now, if you're wondering the reason why that's a thing, the unfortunate part is that a lot of the rest of the world understands the ideals of learning another language. A lot of the rest of the world outside of Japan is very bilingual, or at least, like, a lot of people are very aware of the concept of cultures outside of your own culture, and also needing to learn another language or some things in order to communicate with other people. So there is a level of understanding that barrier has already been breached when you live in places outside of English-speaking nations. Because a lot of people that live in English-speaking nations do not have this concept, because it's always assumed that everybody should learn English. So there is a subconscious thing, there's a subconscious barrier you have to break that is not broken in most English-speaking language learning spheres. But in other spheres, this doesn't really happen because people are already used to it. Now, there are people who can already have that broken. I'm one of those people. I have met a few of them before. But the majority of them do not have this, and that is a huge problem when talking about language learning from the English-speaking perspective. This is a big reason why English speakers tend to be very bad at language. We don't have a need to actually break those barriers, and that's like the first one you break. It's the first one you have to overcome if you want to actually be able to speak a language. I mean, they also exist in other places. Don't get me wrong, but it is so prevalent in English-speaking spheres, it's really dumb. I see it a lot in the Japanese program. I haven't seen it this semester, outside of one guy. It's always one notch that I'm off. Outside of, like, one guy, this year for the Japanese program at my college, I don't see it. But, yeah, that is the biggest thing to be careful of when you're learning a language. Is, like, understand that, like, those spheres are problematic. That doesn't mean you can't take advice from people who are in those spheres. Because sometimes those people have helpful advice. The problem is that advice is extremely subjective. Because language learning is intrinsic. Anybody can learn language, and anybody can become better at their own language. Anybody can learn any of this stuff. We are literally wired to do this shit. The human brain is wired to learn language. It's... I don't make the rules. However, if you're not learning, you're doing something wrong. And what a lot of people will tell you is, it's the discipline, you're not disciplined. No. Discipline is bullshit. Discipline implies that you are not enjoying what you're doing, which means you will have negative connotations when you're learning stuff. When you have those negative connotations, you don't learn fast. You learn faster when you're enjoying what you're doing. If you're happy with what you're doing, do it. If you're not happy with what you're doing something wrong. Now, also, another thing, by the way, is that if you're having trouble starting the task, but you love doing it when you're doing it, then that means you are doing something right. If you're enjoying doing it while you're doing it, that's what matters. If you're having trouble starting the task, then discipline makes sense. Otherwise, you're not gonna fucking learn the language. You're just not. Sorry. And, like, even when you get there, you will be tired. And then you'll remember all those times that you, like, were not happy doing it. You're gonna feel anxious. You're gonna feel sad. When you're supposed to feel happy and excited. Like, the first time that I was able to have a conversation in Spanish, I was super excited. I was happy. That is extremely important. Visit Latin America, especially Costa Rica. Not bad. Motivation is very important too. Amount of pressure they throw at you burns you out. Yep. Pressure is also very big. There's a lot of external factors, but the biggest thing... of course. Also, yo, Hyperblue. But yeah, that is literally... That's literally the secret. Is... you have to enjoy what you're doing when you're doing it. If you're not enjoying it at all, you're doing something wrong. Some people have done gamifying. It is nice when you're, like, trying to figure out what something means, and then you figure it out. If the puzzle aspect of it is what you like, do it that way. Flashcards are great for that. If you learn really well by listening and by watching things like animated shows or dramas or, like, live action stuff, comedies, do it that way. If you enjoy reading books, do it that way. You always needed some help, but when you started the course you wanted, you were able to do things on your own. Exactly. And get better grades, and even help friends. Yes! These concepts are not just for language, but the thing is that usually for studying, these don't matter, because a lot of times you're not studying on your own. You're studying from, like, you're studying for a grade. When you are studying for a language, you're not studying for a grade. You're studying to be able to actually use the language. So these concepts are more important to understand than just, like, you know, whether or not you're able to know the terms for a test. They do apply. Because the thing is just like with language, anything that you can learn works that way. Like, that is literally human learning. In a nutshell. People learn better when when there's positive feedback. Or when there's extremely negative feedback. But the problem with the negative feedback is that negative feedback creates negative memories. Negative memories, if there's too much of them, can manifest. Like, I mean, when you're learning a language, you're gonna say something really weird, and you're gonna remember it. It's gonna be embarrassing. And that is part of the process. That doesn't turn you off, but when everything is a failure, and everything is embarrassing, and everything is I'm not good enough, you will have bad feelings when you speak the language. It'll make you very anxious. Because you have to remember, when you are speaking a language, there are pathways that are open and closed within your brain. There are certain neurons that fire. This happens when you speak your native language too. When you're speaking a different language, some of that trauma doesn't exist directly. Some of those, like, personality pathways don't exist. That doesn't mean you're different. It means that they don't get triggered in the same way because your brain is firing using different parts of itself. You could be very aware of things that are going on and even know, like, wow, if I spoke about this when I was speaking English, I would be traumatized. But right now I can do it free without feeling judged. For the last run, but you'll watch whenever you can. I appreciate you. Trauma neuron activated. Yep. There are certain things, like when I'm speaking Spanish or Japanese, that I don't get when I'm speaking English. But there's also a reflection of when I started learning Spanish. I have a stutter. Like, it's not noticeable exactly, but I have to stop and, like, I repeat myself a lot when I speak Spanish, and the reason is because when I started learning Spanish, I had a bit of a stutter, and I also had weaker social skills than I do now. Whereas when I was learning Japanese, I didn't have any of that, so I don't have that. I don't have that issue. So there's remnants of old trauma when I speak Spanish, because, like, I mean, that is a thing that just kind of happened. I am more sociable in Spanish than I am in English. Though people say I'm more relaxed when I speak Spanish than in English than when I speak in Spanish. So, like, a lot of people, including myself, once they reach a certain point in the second language, they feel more free because the certain things that they couldn't do in their native language, either a cultural thing making it taboo where it's not taboo in the other language, or there's some kind of like trauma that happened that just doesn't get triggered. Do I plan to learn another language? I am currently learning Russian, and I'm also taking Italian. Cortisol low when speaking Spanish? Not true. Saying run in Japanese. I mean, depends on what you mean by run. Oh, you mean run away? Nigeru? That's not really bad. How well can I speak Italian? Not. I have a mixture between B1 and A2 because I speak Spanish. I don't really have much of a vocabulary, so I can't really make sentences. How many languages do I want to know? At least 5. I would like to be fluent in 5 languages. Italian is one that I'm not sure if I want to learn, but Russian is. And I'm not really sure why. Something about Russian just kind of speaks to me. Plus, I mean, like, one of my best friends is Russian. And that's Smartkin, which maybe some people have forgotten who Smartkin is, but he used to be the Twinsanity goat. But no, I can't really speak Italian. I mean, I can say, you know, io sto bene. Io non so parlare italiano. Did he say the N-word? I mean, does bro not know what bitter is in Japanese? Yep, exactly. Like, I know some things in Italian, and, like, my pronunciation's good. He doesn't know anything in Japanese. I mean, in case anybody wants to know, and by the way, I am saying this purely for educational purposes. A little bit of Russian, Spanish, and Korean. Knowing Koreans will help tremendously with Japanese because their, grammatical structures are very similar. But also, when I say, like, I speak these languages, what I actually mean is I can have conversation in them. I can have conversation in Japanese. I can construct full sentences in Japanese, albeit, usually rudimentary. Spanish, I am capable of having full-on conversation. French, I can make bullshit sentences and have, like, minor communication. You know, like, say... I mean, I'd have to learn the words, but I could, like, order food at a restaurant, for example, and not have many issues. I would just need to kind of know which words I need to say, but I understand that. Italian, I could basically do the same. But also, these are just because I can speak Spanish, and not because I actually know the languages. And I did take, I did take an Italian class well, technically this semester, it's not over yet. And I did take one semester of French. Pretty much the same level as my French. My Japanese, I can actually, like, have conversation. How do you say escape in Japanese? What do you mean escape? Unless you mean like run away, which is nigeru. German and Pomeranian, you live in Brazil. Makes sense. Structure makes sense inherently, yeah, basically. So, you would have pretty much no issues learning Spanish outside of a couple of things. Nigeta? That means escaped. Nigerundayo, Smokey! Not saying the N-word, it's... like, bitter is closer, which is nigai. Got 2 more finals. I have one tomorrow morning at fucking 7:45, and I have to drive an hour just to get there. I am super far ahead of the fucking cycle. Holy shit. Okay, now I'm not. How do I describe feeling displeased? なんか悪い。キモい。Yeah, in person, and I have to drive an hour, so I have to get up super early tomorrow. Like, I'm planning on waking up around, like, 3:30 so I can get ready. So that way I can also have, like, at least food and shit. Educational purposes. That I streaming on Twitch doing speedrunning. Let me see here. Class 5 の RTA します。Should have been. Why would that be a thing? I have literally never heard somebody say that. Crash Twinsanity RTA. Yes, in Japanese they say RTA for speedrunning. Well, streaming would be RTA 配信します。I don't know who the hell would say niga niga. That just looks and sounds wrong. Yeah. Twins is Crash 5 in Japan. Yep. Real-time attack. Real-time attack comes from Japanese. You think I'm baiting me into saying something that I'm not saying. I'm saying it in Japanese. It's not even the N-word. I do not speak German. Please do not use German in my chat. Thank you. That's actually kind of cool, yeah. Twalk is Crash 4. However, Crash 4 is also Crash 4 in Japan, which is stupid. Not baiting, just being informative, basically. You know why they did that? Probably because the localization team did not know there was already a Crash 4. There's gonna be at least somebody, if this actually PBs, there's gonna be somebody in my comment section saying, he said the N-word, holy shit! And it's like, okay. Which, honestly, the fact that people think that that is racist is more fucking racist than anything else. Because if you're literally trying to hear racism, you're probably racist. The shit was not win, cuh. Imagine. These words were used for educational purposes only. Yeah. Now, the one that you can't really excuse is the strong way of saying bitter in Japanese. Because they do, if you say, like, something's really fucking bitter, yeah, it kind of sounds like the N-word. That is, like, the only one that I would explain, or, like, actually say, if you thought I said it, then I wouldn't fault you for it.
To the Psychotron!
Also, I just want to say, real Japan, when there was this black guy saying, how do you say bitter in Japanese, and then he fucking just calls the guy the hard R, and I'm just like, whoa, hang on a second, whoa. Now, see, that is different.
My crystals!
But in case anybody wants to at least have the concept, by the way,
Ruined! Thanks to
so in Japanese, the E adjectives,
person can help.
if you want to emphasize them, you gonna lurk while you practice? Okay, nice. If you want to, like, understand the concept, when you drop the E in an E adjective word, it emphasizes the word. So, for example, fastest, hayai. And then if something's really fast, you'd be like, oh, haya. Kuso haya. Majide haya. Haya. Like that. So, the word for bitter is nigai. And then, of course, if you drop the E, well, yeah, I think you could put 2 and 2 together. So that is the... Also, enjoy the lurk. So that is the concept. In case anybody wanted to know. Because this might be good to prevent a misconception. Of course. The one where I talk about this is the one where I get this first fucking try. Oh, people are going to, clip it out of context for sure. It's like, oh man, we caught him! He's not educational at all, he's just trying to say the N-word. Damn it. I did not choke on purpose, by the way. That was a really good, that was a really good attempt. Tricolor cats? I don't know. I don't know anything about cats. Japanese word that sounded like that? I mean, if people also want to, I can teach you how to say white person and black person in Japanese. It's not like it's that hard. It's just Hakujin and Kokujin. And they don't have any, like, racial things. That would be a funny world record? Probably. Used to happen a lot where you lived. Shiroi hito? He? He? Eh? Nanka he? No, it's Hakujin. Hakujin. How many languages do I know how to speak? 3. When I say I can speak Japanese, あ、日本語話せるけど、まあ、クラッシュ5、アルティア配信しますね。これからナットスキップします。Like I can actually speak Japanese. I'm not saying like, oh, like, ha ha ha, you know, ramen onegai shimasu. Like, no, no, I can actually speak Japanese. Ma, 英語と日本語に比べると、まあ、日本語はちょっともっと難しいけど、英語はまあね、日本語はちょっと難しくないけど、文法は難しくないけど、英語に比べるともっと難しい。英語の文法はちょっと難しくない。簡単ではないけど難しくない。俺にとって。But yeah, I can speak Japanese. ちょっとじゃないですよ。すごい難しい。いや難しくないけど、まあ、さ、ヨーロッパな言語と日本語の違さはちょっとが多すぎるよね。その違さはね、その難しいポイントだけ。日本語は難しくないけど、勉強するのポイントは難しい。俺にとって。時間にかけて、言語が難しくない。 No, what I said is it's not. So basically, what I said is that if when you compare Japanese and English, neither are actually difficult. Japanese is not difficult to learn, but it is more difficult to learn than English. But the thing is like European languages, the difference between the European languages and Japanese is very big. That is the difficult point between Japanese and European-based languages, or rather Indo-European languages. I don't know how to say Indo-European in Japanese. It's probably Indo-Europeo. Imagine. Actually, it would probably be Indo-Euro. Indo-Euro Gengo. Probably, if I were to guess. But essentially, the only issues with learning Japanese are the differences in grammar and, it's the differences in grammar and, the differences in speech, essentially. The differences in grammar? Well, actually, kanji is really the biggest point, but the grammar's not super difficult in Japanese. The grammar issue is that because they are of different cultural backgrounds. For example, Indo-European languages, would they call it Indo-European or Aryan? Aryan does not exist. Aryan was a false language proposal that was trying to link Russian, Turkish, and the Japonic and Korean languages. It has been actually completely debunked because there's no evidence to support that it is Aryan. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of Aramaic, I think. What am I thinking? But they would probably call it Indo-European because that is the scientific term, and that is how it would have been absorbed into Japanese. Would be through Indo-European. Not that Japanese people would understand what the fuck you're talking about if you say Indo-European, because not even, like, people who speak Indo-European languages understand the concept of Indo-European. Which, in case anybody didn't know, the Indo-European is a theoretical reconstructed language, which is where the majority of the Indian and European languages come from. There are patterns that you can basically, like, look between each language and their dialects and the writing systems that have happened over time, and you can essentially link things back to a single point. So I am going to actually give you guys an example as to how this kind of, like, forensic linguistics works. So let's take words... So let's take words from English, Dutch, and German for example. The word day, which in German is Tag, and in Dutch, I can't remember what Dutch is. The word for it is. I think it's like dag or something. So here's the thing. A lot of things that, so the original word was actually closer to German, which was Tag. In English, in Anglo-Saxon, this, there was a sound change that happened where the T turned into a D and the G died, essentially. But you can move them back to the same word, essentially. Another thing is the English word for water and the German word for water, Wasser. In intervocalic T sounds that correspond to English words, sometimes have changed to S in German. So this kind of thing can trace back to a single language if you go far enough, which is what Indo-European is. It is a constructed language using forensic linguistics to be able to classify the origin of most of our languages. and there are languages which do not have ancestors. Because, well, we can't find any other languages that existed within the language family. Basque is one of those languages. Basque is a language in Spain, by the way. What do you think will happen to languages after decades of the internet? Where our languages merge? No. That makes no sense. A lot of people are thinking that English is going to turn into a tonal language because of some of the phonological changes. I honestly think that standardized education is actually slowing the progression of linguistic change, and I think that it will take a much longer time for dialects to emerge. But most likely, a majority of people will start speaking English in the same way that they were speaking Latin. So, like, English will basically turn into Latin. However, linguistic crossovers are going to happen a lot more because of the constant contact. English is, like, permeating a lot of languages, particularly languages that do this by default, like Japanese, for example. So English will die out? It will die out, of course it will. One of the, I haven't looked that much into it. But yeah. So one of the reasons why English is permeating other languages is because there is a sense of social status when you can speak English. English will become the new Vulgar Latin. Vulgar Latin technically doesn't work. It didn't really exist. It was just different dialects that turned into the dialects that we know today. Oh, this is pretty slow. Yeah, this is pretty slow. Almost 410. I am pretty far away from my sum of best. Yeah, I'm 3 seconds behind. The thing is we don't really know much about what's going to happen in the future. In terms of language, I honestly think that that standardized education will slow down the progression of most linguistic changes. Because the thing is we didn't have super widespread standardized education back when Latin existed. Education was still a thing. It's not like it didn't exist, but we didn't have the same standardized education that they didn't have what we have now. I should not have done that, but I did save a little bit of time doing that. I didn't even get to see Rusty Walrus, too. Like, I have my theories. If you look at linguistic change since the 1950s, while there have been sound changes, a lot of, like, things have not changed that much. And I don't think they're going to change that much. But different dialects over hundreds of years will turn into different languages. That's just what happens. The thing is that people invent language all the fucking time. People have seen it over the internet, where, like, there are things that you just wouldn't say anymore. But that kind of, like, takes shape over time, where people forget the original form and then they just kind of adopt it. This happens a lot with plurals. We're starting to emerge. What's starting to happen is we're getting new types of plurals, but not in a written form. What we're getting is, like, say, people are starting to say processes. And just to kind of, like, tell you how this works, I heard it once and I started doing it myself by accident. That's how sound changes work. Now, mind you, this is very common in Germanic languages. This wouldn't happen in Spanish, for example, where the pronunciation is very rigid. But this happens a lot in Germanic languages. And we have, like, this weird rotation of vowels. So, for example, it is common for some women in the northern UK to say drass instead of dress. But also, a Welshman from, like, the 1800s, when he grew up in the 1800s and got filmed, he would say men instead of man. Which, you would associate with, you know, the letter E. But when he grew up, he learned it was men for man and men for men. And as you can hear, it dropped. As you could hear from my accent, like, became a, and then became which is a higher So when I say men, it's an not an But for him, it was an and then was an men. Sound changes like this happen all the time, at least in English. So now, certain younger women in the UK are starting to say drass instead of dress. Because it's the similar sound change that cycles throughout the English language's history.
You monster! Let my brother go!
But languages with much stricter vowel formations, like Spanish, Japanese, those don't change very much. Japanese is starting to emerge having an a and an e sound, or a and but only in certain dialects. The C is starting to become a s as well, at least in, like, very effeminate speech. The fuck is drass? It's dress. It's just the word dress, spoken in a modern, effeminate British accent.
This way.
And if somebody said that to me, I would understand it as dress. I would be like, why the fuck are you pronouncing it like that? But I would still understand it that way. Because Germanic language vowel structure is very loose. This is the slowest run of the day. Language change is fascinating. It's very fascinating. And it happens all the time. This is also what a lot of people mean when they say they're bad at their native language. Because the changes happen a lot. It sounds wrong. Wouldn't say it sounds wrong per se. It just sounds weird to me. Now, it will sound weird for a non-native. But for a native, it's not gonna sound like that weird because like it still falls under the pronunciation rules of English. Okay, it's resisting. Come on, stop resisting. This is the one. There we go. Okay, fuck you too, then. Bear in mind as well. What's dimension skip? An archaic skip. It is an archaic skip that skips Hub 3. These days, we use Cursed Splash. Calm down. I don't think you should be saying that. But it is something to bear in mind for a lot of people whose native languages are very, like, rigid in terms of vowels. English vowels are very, very fluid, so, like, we can pronounce something in weird ways and it still makes sense. And some things do work depending on how certain things are pronounced. Like, for example, in my accent, which I hate this, by the way, it is a possibility for me to say milk as mulk. Does it make sense? Yeah. There's a reason for that. It's an unstressed syllable. Unstressed syllables have almost free vowel pronunciation. Free or sometimes grazie. Free or sometimes like a good example would be like, say, if I say unacceptable, I would say bull, but it is also perfectly fine to say unacceptable. The ill is also fine. L is also perfectly fine. Yo, Jet, thanks for the good luck. That's a bit more understandable. Well, yeah, but when it's milk, it can become milk. If I say it like that, you might not even really hear it as much. But bear in mind, most of you guys aren't native English speakers. You would hear the difference very clearly because it's very different from what you're used to hearing. Whereas for us, we're not listening for the same vowel quality. Wait until they start saying doc. Or dick. Because in New Zealand, it does become an So let's say, well, it becomes an and an So dick can be deek, which sounds like deck, actually. Well, becomes so dick is actually deck. But also, like, kid becomes cud. Pix becomes pucks. That, because English has, like, very free vowel. Why did I not reset my splits? Deck sounds smaller. Damn. That's crazy. I mean, my particular accent has some curiosities. I have, like, slight hyperdiphthongization. It's not really what that's called, but that's what I'm calling it, for whatever reason. Because there are times where I say something with a diphthong when they generally don't. Like, for example, when you talk English at work, your voice changes a lot. Spanish is rough and English is like the opposite. It's soft and short. English is not short. Soft, yes. Well, actually, Spanish is softer. English is a lot harder and harsher. But Spanish is like way more rigid. But the English, the sentences are shorter, but the way you say and pronounce words is not shorter. Because, like, we distinguish long and short vowels. So, like, beach and bitch, which, by the way, the way we distinguish those two is not with the actual vowel itself. We distinguish it by vowel length. This is an issue with a lot of Spanish speakers because they don't deal with double-length vowels very often. So, they'll just say beach, which to us is bitch. But you have to say beach, which is a double-length vowel. And, like, it causes issues because English has a lot of double-length. It has long and short vowels that have semantic distinctions. That does trip you up. It's not difficult because the thing is like, what you don't need to listen to the actual vowel itself, though you should be pronouncing the vowel correctly. The biggest thing you need to listen to is the length at which the vowel happens. Don't let them say kick. Keek. A lot of it is the length. We don't listen for the vowel sounds as much. The vowel sounds will tell us if you're native or not. The lengths are what actually really distinguish them. So, like, butt will be understood as butt or boat. Or butt or bot. We'll have to listen to context for that. But if you say boat, or if you just say bought, well, no, it's boat. I don't know what that means. Cock? That's a totally different vowel, my guy. Or cuck. A lot of it is vowel length. So even if you get it wrong, like if you say boat, probably will still understand that you're saying boat. But we might also hear bought, which can also mean, you know, like I bought something at the store, but it could also mean clanker. vowel length is really where things matter the most in English. If you're struggling with being understood, consonants and vowel length are the two most important features. Vowels themselves are not as important as vowel length. Because we can understand things through the vowels, through the length of the vowels, more than we do the vowel qualities. Peak and pick, for example, which you could hear, I'm clearly like distinguishing them. If I say peak and peak, totally different things. Auto moderation will flag this video. I mean, I don't really care. The idea is not to get viewers. I don't really give a fuck. But yeah, I don't understand why certain things like that are not taught correctly. Because it's a very simple concept for English that it's just like, okay, well, do you just say this word long and this word short? An example that's not really in my accent would be like cut and colt. Which I just said cut and court. English speakers would still at least understand I was either saying caught or court and cut. But I basically used very similar vowels. Cut, colt. Random words, yeah. I mean, I like language. I'm gonna talk about language a lot. I'm sure it bores the shit out of a lot of people, and I really don't give a shit. Because if you don't like language, why are you watching me? Is it GIF or I don't know. I don't know anything about that. It's GIF. It's not GIF. It makes zero fucking sense semantically for it to be GIF. It makes absolutely no sense. To be pronounced GIF. Jif is the peanut butter brand, true. Like, if you're pronouncing GIF like GIF, you probably don't know how to read very well. I'm sorry, but, like, that is how I see people who pronounce it GIF. Is they don't understand how to get English pronunciation rules through reading. It's GIF because it's graphic. Nope. That is not true. It is GIF because of gift, and also because of the verb give. So GIF, looks very much so like a Germanic word when you put it together. And so it follows the Germanic structure, which would mean the G would have to be hard, and the I would have to be I. It has to be GIF. Now, if it looked more like a Latin-based word, yes, it would be GIF. But the thing is that it is Germanic appearing. And most Latin words are longer. Most Germanic-based words in English are short. Cut, for example, if it were, no, I know what you're saying, but just because the G for, graphics doesn't equate to anything. Laser is an acronym, and the, A is not an A, it's an A. And S is not a Z in the word. The actual things the letters stand for do not correlate to the way the word goes. That is a, false thing. The way that you draw pronunciation from reading is by either the actual word's origin or what it appears to originate from. That's how English pronunciation rules work. From like reading to speech. Gentrification, because gentrification is a Latin-based word. And therefore, because the G has an E in front of it, you would use the J sound because it's a soft G. Because that is Latin pronunciation rules. At least turned into, English. So there's a dilemma with this, but a lot of people read the word epitome, which is Greek, in the Germanic way, which would be epitome. A new character set? It could. The thing is that English's alphabet was made giant. Giant is a Latin word. Ginger is also a Latin word, if I'm not mistaken. Jim uses a Y, and it is also short for gymnasium, which is Latin. Epitome, yep, but it is pronounced epitome because it's Greek. Well, see, I was one of those people because I never heard the word and I only read it. Well, I heard the word, but I didn't know it was the same word. When I learned it was the same word, it's like, oh, it's just epitome. Giant. So, one thing about giant is that it comes from the word gigantic, which is a Latin word. Gym comes from gymnasium, which is also a Latin-based word. Were two different words? Nope. They are the same word. They are the exact same word. Epitome is just the actual way that it's written, pronounced, because it is a Greek word. Nope. Nope, they are the exact same word, just used a different context. Gigante, yep. Yep. Reason why a lot of people don't know this stuff is because, a lot of people didn't really analyze English. And English based a lot of its pronunciation rules off of origins. When the written form was created, which it was created like in the late 15th accent. My voice changes when I talk in Spanish? Yes, it does. So basically, GIF must be GIF because it didn't come from a Latin-based word. It's not a shortening of a Latin-based word, and it is Germanic appearing. It has to be GIF. It just doesn't make sense otherwise. Buena suerte. Buena pronunciación de español también, gracias. Pues es que llevo 10 y... Es que tengo que contar literalmente cuántos años llevo aprendiendo español. Es que tenía 14 años, casi 17 años. Llevo 17 años aprendiendo español, así que... espero que puedo pronunciar bien español, ¿eh? You barely know how grammar works. It's because nobody is taught how grammar works, and also the thing is that how is GIF appearing Germanic again? Because it's very short. It contains a letter that is in an awkward position for it contains an F in an awkward position. You would never see that in any Latin-based word unless it's a thing. Yes, I know the creator says it's pronounced GIF, and that doesn't mean anything. The creator is he is a tech guy. He's not a language guy. Just because he says it's pronounced GIF doesn't mean that it is. You don't dictate what is and isn't language. Not even the creator of a thing dictates it. It is agreed upon. And what is agreed upon are patterns and rules that native speakers just do. Yeah, like, language changes regardless. And I mean, yes, of course, like, this also contradicts what I'm saying, but the thing is like, if you really look into the language, like, a lot of this shit just makes sense. It would be pronounced GIF. Linguistically, that is basically what it would be, because the G is followed by an I, it's a 3-letter word. F never appears in this type of pattern in Latin. It also doesn't really appear that way in French, at least when it came into English. It can't be Greek because there's no fucking E's in it. And, pronunciation rules were not really established by other languages. It has to fall back to Germanic pronunciation. Because if you look at that word, you could see it in German, couldn't you? If you look at it that way, it's like you could see it in German. Maybe if you change the F to a V, but you would still see it in German. You could see it in German. Therefore, because German doesn't really have a just sound, it has a y sound. Or most Germanic languages outside of English do not have a just sound. Because that was something that appeared in English later, if I'm not mistaken. It has to be pronounced GIF. It's just... it would break a lot of conventions with how pronunciation just works. You tried yourself... refused? You tried with save states. Of course you did. That doesn't mean it's not hard. And it also would have been a waste of my time, since I'm trying to do runs. No offense. But yeah, from a linguistic perspective and a phonological perspective, GIF makes absolutely no sense. Is there a strat on Cavern faster than Brower strats? There is a TAS version of it, but it doesn't save time. What other languages pronounce the R in the way English does? So there is Portuguese, which one is it? Is it G Pro or J Pro? Well, it's G because you say G. It is a G. You pronounce the thing G. Yes, that is in TAS. I've gotten it once, too. Oh, wait. Oh, pronounce the... Oh, with the R sound? Yeah, everything. Many languages do that. I thought you meant the R. But the R? Japanese does it very, very close to how we do it in my accent. Which is like a very lazy like water. But if you're talking like an sound actually does exist. Does exist in I think in the Sao Paulo dialect of Portuguese. It exists in some dialects of Dutch. Exists in Chinese too. And in Quebec French. But yeah, Hatake, that is known, but we can't. It's rare, so, and it doesn't save time, I think, in terms of cycles. G Pro is G Pro because the letter G, you wouldn't say doesn't exist in English, so you would know that it's a G, and then Pro after it. You would just know because it's a letter, so you would pronounce the letter G. G Pro. There's logic behind a lot of this, which unfortunately have 3 sounds of yes. Well, there's more than that. There is R, there's H, there's R, and R. Like in, I think in Sao Paulo, they say andar. But then, like, say, if you would say, like, Romulus, which would be Homulu, which would be the same as the English H. And then say like Pra, which would be a Ra. And in certain dialects, you can still hear R, but it's rare in Portuguese. Particularly my best friend, who is from Rio de Janeiro, he pronounces his R's like a R. So he would say andar. Not R, exactly. But, it would be R, which is a different sound. R and D are different sounds. One is a trill, and one is a tap. Like in Spanish, para. You wouldn't say para. That sounds weird, but you can distinguish pero and perro. In English, we have r, t, and d. As we understand those as the same. Your G gang, you're just deploying controversial opinions for fun, and I can absolutely, completely destroy them. So I have been called J-Pro, but that is only by Spanish speakers because game is ho, which ho starts with a J. So some people that know me, is used in Italy. That is true. Italians don't exactly semantically distinguish r and d. It exists, but there's like some, like, they don't display a semantic difference between them, like in Spanish. I mean, it might sound weird if I say parlare, but I don't think it would come across as impossible. But in Spanish, you could not do that. It would be the same thing as saying... It would be the same thing as, like saying pa in Portuguese instead of pra. It's a little bit weird, but it'd be understandable, yeah. Rio de Janeiro. Yes, that's where my best friend is from. Like, my absolute closest friend, he's from there. He was born there, but he grew up in the United States. Which, by the way... I don't know what that is. But... By the way, I'm just gonna point this out. Do I speak Brazilian Portuguese? No. I know pronunciation things. That's it. And also, I am going to say this, and I hope this doesn't end up in the VOD, but here's the thing about, like, if anybody wants to catch me saying, like, oh no, he's racist, he's a white guy. It's like, okay, my absolute closest friend. He was born in Brazil. His family is from Ukraine. He is Jewish. And Latino. And white. Another one of my closest friends is Caribbean. Another one of my closest friends is Spanish. Another one is Russian. I speak Japanese and Spanish. I grew up in a predominantly black area. In a very poor area. I have also lived in Asia. And the majority of my own ancestors were actually oppressed. Because the Welsh were dominated by the English. To be fair, my other ancestors were Danish, so, you know. Is he white from his Latino? No, he is white because his family's from Ukraine. And I feel a lot more comfortable speaking to people outside of the United States. Regardless of their race, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their religion, regardless of anything, I feel absolutely way more comfortable speaking to people outside of the United States. And also, like, my actual IRL friends, one is mixed, and the other one is, yeah, he's pretty dark. How come? Because Americans are judgmental as fuck. That's why. Why do you think racism is so fucking gigantic here? Because Americans are extremely fucking judgmental. Ukrainian Jewish, yeah. So, this is a big reason why, like, I mean, if I ever hear somebody, like, if I say something in Japanese that sounds like it's being racist, somebody says that, I just look at them like, bitch? You speak one language, you probably grew up in a very, very, financially well-off area, you're probably very well-educated. Most likely never had any problems in your life except for anxiety You've only lived in one country, and you speak one language, and you want to call me racist? That's funny. The absurdity of that statement. Is he Ukrainian Jewish? I don't know. I don't think he knows. But it's just the absurdity of that I look at that as like, you know, instead of like, the US is one of the most tolerant places in the world, that is a fucking lie. That is an absolute fucking lie. I'll tell you where that kind of lies from the perspective of an American. And by the way, I'm not getting political. I want to point this out, that I'm not being political. But the thing is instead of the tolerance, instead of like being very tolerant or adding tolerance, the tolerance has shifted from majority to minority. So it's not that there's like, there's actual tolerance, and actually a lot of the times between the minority groups, there is intolerance between them. Because there is competition between who should have the most tolerance over certain things. Which is really sad. It's really sad that there's just like, you know, people can't just look at each other and be like, okay, we just have different backgrounds. But no, there is actual competition of who should be more tolerated of. And it's not just in racial or ethnic, it's also with, like, identity groups and all this other stuff. A lot of the stuff that's happening behind the scenes with, like, the tolerance is mostly people talking about it. Outside of the US and Europe is less tolerant to minorities. It depends on the area. And it depends on the culture. A good example is Latin America. They, except for the people that have a lot of money, racism is generally not a thing that happens. I mean, there is homophobia and transphobia in Latin America, which makes sense. They're not as developed, but at the same time, people don't care as much. People don't care as much, but at the same time, most of what happens is you get made fun of for not having money. There is classism. Classism is really bad in Latin America. But from what I've seen, there's a lot of tolerance, actually, because in places that are underdeveloped, usually they have more shit to care about than if somebody wants dick or pussy or not. Or both. Or whether they want to identify as this or that, or how they feel on the inside versus the outside. A lot of times, those don't occur in poorer areas because they have more shit to worry about. This happens a lot more in the first world because we can care about this stuff. But the unfortunate part of how a lot of the stuff is progressing is the preaching of tolerance versus actual tolerance. Those two things are not the same. I can also say from personal experience, I have had a lot of thoughts, which I do not like, that some of my IRL friends only tolerate me because I'm disabled. And I did notice once I stopped having my limp that some people kind of stopped tolerating me. Because they stopped feeling bad for me. And you notice that? see you more as your race than your own person. Yes. Most third world places see there is that true. A lot of people, yeah, do see you more as your race than your own person. Now, I don't usually talk about my actual my actual viewpoints on this stuff because I don't think it's necessary. But if you really want me to, like, tell you how I look at race and culture, I think it's fascinating. I think it's really cool that people are different. I've been, like, this is gonna sound really odd coming from an American, but I did say I grew up in a predominantly black area, and around where I grew up, because it was very poor, there weren't very many Mexicans or Asians, particularly Asians. My first actual, like, my first actual experience having an Asian friend was when I first got into uni, and there was this older guy who actually got his US citizenship when I was born. And I liked him. I thought he was really cool. He was from Laos. He was Laotian. Or however he was from Laos. And I remember, like, he liked me so much. His wife made me a meat bun. And I was like, wait, what? What the fuck is this? He's like, it's a meat bun. Whoa, it's got egg in it? And he's like, yeah, is that a problem? I'm like, no. I was like, holy shit. It was cool. Race conscious, in a way, is way more prevalent. Yes, that is true. But they don't in the US. It's very sad. To me, it's like, if you really want me to know, I think culture's cool. I think having different backgrounds is cool. It makes people unique. I don't think it's not what makes people people. But it's nice to know, like, you can have a good conversation. I talk with my best friend all the time about certain stuff, since, well, his parents are still very clearly Latin American. And I learn a bunch of stuff about Latin American. A lot of my closer friends don't even speak English. They speak Spanish. And I learn a lot of things. Being in Mexico for a week was really nice. Living in Japan for 3 months was also really nice. Here's an interesting thing you would never understand from not actually living in Japan. Everybody says that the Japanese people, they do not like being touched, and they do not like touching. This is false. Absolutely false. Yo, sir! What's up, dude? ¿Tienes noticias? ¿Tienes un trabajo, tío? Joder, let's go, dude. Dude, let's fucking go. Dude, let's fucking go. You're still in shock, yeah, makes sense. But yeah, when I came back from Japan, and mind you, like, because I started learning how to do, they have this thing called skinship in Japan, where, like, you bond over, this is going to sound bad, but touching each other. And I don't mean it that way. It's like, you know, hand on the shoulder, maybe, like, you poke somebody, or, like, you basically, like, actual skin-to-skin contact. It's called skinship. I brought that back with me. when I came back from Japan. Because in the United States, you do not touch people. As a man, you do not touch anybody. Never. Nope. Except for a hand on the shoulder, maybe a hug. But it is against a lot of the American culture, at least around where I'm from, where you just do not fucking touch people no matter what they do. No matter what you do. Because it's seen as wrong. When I came back, I was like, the hand holding, no, you don't hold hands with people. That's romantic. When I came back, I was with my best friend because I said, like, listen, you guys don't have any pets. Your house is very nice. Quiet. When I come back from Japan, I want to be with you for, like, an entire week. You know, sleep in your house. You know, get to know your parents a little better. And basically, like, that is pretty much what happened. But he noticed, because we talked about this actually 2 days ago, I think? No, it was yesterday. Is, like, when I came back, I was very, like, open to receiving hugs and just, like, actually doing skin-to-skin contact. Hand on shoulder, hugging, you know, maybe, like, poking somebody in the forehead or something like that. I started doing that. And it's weird because I just realized I am a person that really likes having tactile affection. But I would never have known that had I not lived in Japan. So it's like, culture's interesting and culture's really cool. Built on individualism hardcore, yes. And that sucks. Also from more individualistic Europeans immigrating to the frontier. Yes. That is very true. I do not like that. I actually really hate it because it causes issues. Now, mind you, I gained a lot from collectivism too. These things are considered weird. In the United States, yes. Now, okay. Between women, or femme-appearing, basically, like, if you identify as a male, or a man, regardless of whether you're, regardless of basically anything, touch. Well, also, if you openly identify as gay, as a guy, this is acceptable. But generally, if you are a straight male or male identifying, touch is a no-no. It is considered weird. Most we get is a handshake, touch on the shoulder, or a hug. And hugs are considered girly. So nope, not allowed to do that. Unless the other person does it first. Oh, I'm not talking about for the opposite gender. I'm saying for guys too. I'm not just saying like for you know, like male, female. Okay, I'm thinking in Japanese. That's how they say it. They call it danjo connections. For opposite gender, that's for guys too. Meanwhile, in Spain, kisses, yep. This is like that's a thing in the United States that once I kind of like learned about it, it's like, no. Hug for guys, makes sense. Sometimes holding hands for a way to greet each other. Usually, is that holding hands or is that handshakes? Yo, Jay, man, or Jay, what's going on? But unfortunately as well, I don't get a lot of this contact. But when I'm with, like, my absolute best friends, there are hugs. You cannot say no. This is a threat. For like a few seconds any longer, it's holding. Interesting. Yo, Ryan. Thanks for the good luck. Okay. Okay. I thought I like, you know what? Don't worry about it. So, like, this is basically a gigantic tangent of saying, like, I mean, to me... To me, specifically, I do not care about, like, I do not hold any kind of things, whether, I don't hold outward appearances as a means of judging other people. You can't ignore differences of culture or race or ethnicity. It's just, it's not possible to ignore them. But you could very easily just not make them important. And only bring them out when it's necessary. Because, I mean, sometimes you do have some issues. There's gonna be culture clashing. You're gonna think different things. But you can learn a lot from other people. And probably a big reason why I don't care about it is the loud-ass fucking lawnmower outside. You should go roast it. It's just probably because I grew up in an area where there was, like, no diversity. And everybody was poor. Basically, like, it was danger, drugs, gang violence, and black and white people. About equal. Graduation rate was 50%. One of my sisters graduated with straight Fs. She should not have actually graduated. Because they needed to keep up the quota. It was that bad. Where, like, they literally graduated somebody who didn't deserve to graduate, all to meet, like, all to make themselves look better, because everybody would drop out to be either a gangbanger, getting some girl pregnant, having pregnancy, several pregnancies, several kids, not being able to go to school, and not having the level of education necessary to graduate, in a high school that was far behind the educational standard of the entire nation. I just want to point that out. My sister graduated, I think she's 3.5 years older than me, so she graduated in... ...2009, I think? She graduated 2009. I graduated in 2013. But I don't remember her being in high school when I was in high school. So when I say, like, I'm not a very educated human being, I'm really not. Self-educated, yes. Because I had to be, because, like, I was far behind. Well, I mean, in terms of math, not really. But I was... Actually, no, because I was, like, at least 2 or 3 years behind, 2 or 3 years behind the national average. Like, the US education system is such dog shit. This is true. Mind you, I hear people talking about going into pre-calculus, college algebra, and actual calculus in high school. I took those as college classes. Those were uni classes for me. Like physics, though, that was a high school class for a lot of people. So people starting out in post-secondary have already taken calculus. A lot of people that I've talked to online have said that. I graduated in 2013. Yes, I did. Did I take time? I was a shut-in. I was a shut-in for 6 years. I went to uni in 2019. I'm just struggling to graduate because of a couple of classes. And also, this semester would be a terrible time to start graduating due to, like, serious economic issues. It would basically put me in a very bad situation if I graduated right now. So I'm not graduating this semester anyways. Whoa. Salutations, Obliterator. Yo, Anderson. Welcome, Raiders. You are just in time to see the grind. Right now we're doing, any percent no dimension skip, which is kind of a misnomer, because dimension skip was, Yo, Cholier, thanks for the good luck. No dimension skip is antiquated. We do Cursed Splash now, but in this category we don't do that, so. Yeah, thanks for the raid, Rach. Hope your stream went well. I can't see what you were doing, because I use a chat client. Maybe you guys are just in time to see me do mountain skip, or fail it. We shall see in a second. I will not be able to read chat for a little bit, because this is really hard. Good luck and have fun, thank you. I hope your stream went well. Ooh, okay, so I graduated same year as you, yes. If you graduated in May of 2013, that is when I graduated. High school. Yo, Sci-Fi Hobo. That is a long text. Give me a second. Well wishes to the dimensions. What are we talking about? The dimensional merge or something? Wishes to concentrations. Imagine. Well, we're past mountain skip. Now we just need to get past fucking high seas. Okay. That is the second time that has fucking happened. I might need to, practice a little bit, but I'll keep doing runs. Unfortunately, this run is difficult to get a run started, because it's still any percent. Just not any percent. The start of any percent in Twinsanity is the same as any percent no dimension skip up until you go out of bounds in Iceberg Lab. So essentially, you will see lots of resets up until I get past mountain skip. That reset, I've had it several times. It's because I keep jumping really late for some reason. But really, runs don't exactly matter until... Why is the nut going that way? Runs are not really gonna matter up until I reach Hub 3. But I do promise you, this category is very fun to watch once I actually get there. Buenas astronomic. Gracias por la suerte. Also, just in case anybody is aware, you may hear me speak Spanish, because I speak Spanish. And I do have some viewers that speak Spanish. So, in the case that anybody here is bilingual and would prefer to use Spanish, you are free to do so. I also speak Japanese. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, I'm just speedrunning. I'm just a guy. Konnichiwa, konnichiwa. Genki desu ka? 元気ですか？ちょっとキモいな。俺にとってちょっと、よくない。この挨拶はちょっと、よくないと思う。まあ、アメリカ人だけど。と変よね。Basically, I don't like asking people how they are. Is what I was saying in Japanese, even though I'm an American and that's normal. I don't really like saying, how are you? I usually like saying, what's up? But usually for, like, you know, people that are kind of learning Japanese, I might say, genki desu ka, which just means, how are you doing? Generally, I would say choshi wa dou, which is like, how are things going? But not a lot of learners actually know that greeting. So I generally don't say it unless I'm like talking to somebody that I know who's Japanese. I just realized we're past mountain. I wasn't paying attention. There we go. Okay. Now just gotta not fuck this up. 1, 2, stop. 1, 2. There we go. Okay, I avoided the rats. I am very ahead of the cycle. Holy shit. Okay. So basically, each of these rooms is a separate, like, loading zone where I can mindlessly run an early game like I just did. Just keep practicing. I wasn't paying attention. Okay. I mean, yeah, true. Yeah, so like, yes, it's true, I do speak Japanese. I'm not fluent, but I'm conversational. It would also be really funny if I start the, run by actually speaking Japanese. That's gonna confuse a lot of people. Yo, Rexion. This is pretty fast. The start isn't. And you can see, like, 120th. It was a 124 boat, too. I am 2 seconds away from my sum of best. You may see me, be very close to my sum of best because a lot of these splits don't require a lot of change. Yo, 69, nice. Oh, espera. Espérame un momento. 2 minutos. 2 segundos, algo así. 3 idiomas distintos, exacto, pero es que... ten en cuenta que... había unos comentarios en japonés y español al mismo tiempo, así que... he hablado en español y japonés también. ¡Ay, ay, ay! Casi me morí. Fue el primer sub 10. No, fue el tercer sub 10. Pero literalmente en japonés era comentarios como enhorabuena. Y nada más. I speak I'm very good speaking Spanish. Pues sí, llevo 17 años aprendiendo español. Así que sí, si quieres puedes escribir en español, a mí no me importa. Tengo 2 mascarillas, así que tengo que recibir daño. Okay. But yeah, I can switch very... 1, 2, 3, 4. You did well in your final today? Nice. I'm gonna take damage here. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind switching between English and Spanish. It's not a big deal for me. Japanese takes a little more time. I practice switching between English and Spanish a lot anyways because I stream. Bilingual streaming. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, fun little fact that I don't think anybody... well, some people know. But the biggest reason why I started just doing bilingual streams entirely, because I used to do them here and there, or I would do Spanish only. I started doing them because of a VTuber that was doing English only and she was Japanese. So that is the actual lore behind when I was doing like Spanish only. You want to learn Spanish too. Any advice? Learn vocabulary and don't listen to what people say on the internet. Do what you want to do. Do what is fun. If you want to learn any language, do what is fun for you, what makes you connect to the language, and learn vocabulary. Learn the vocabulary and then just, like, find out ways for you to study... 難しくない?まあ、日本語難しくないよ。違さは多いけど、英語と日本語の文法の違さは多いけど、 If I make a mistake in hug skip, run is dead. Yes, run is absolutely dead if I fuck up hug skip, because I can't do warp skip if I don't do hug skip. なんですよ。難しいポイントは、血がさ、だけ。
Let my brother go.
My crystals.
時間かけて、難しくない。日本語の勉強。まあ、言語の勉強は時間かけてだけだよ。
My niece, Nina Cortex. Isn't she delightful?
時間かけて難しくない
Patience here and
になる。
quickly to my private dirigible. Set a course for Madame Amberley's Academy.
それだから数年後に言語の勉強は難しくない。Espérame, si fueses de otros países y quisieses aprender español, al ver las variantes del verbo ir, exacto, sí. Es verdad. Claro. But yeah, if I fuck up hug skip, it's over, but I probably won't. Ah, las conjugaciones, exacto, sí. Es muy difícil. How do you say bullet train in Japanese? Shinkansen. Benkyo is study, yeah. Benkyo suru is to study. Come on, man. Come on. There we go. I lost a couple of seconds, but it's okay. Okay.
They found us. Airship, quickly.
I'm gonna lose 2 seconds. Yo, Xenochrome, thanks for the good luck.
So, crybaby Cortex is all grown up. I see you found employment as a
This is where I'm going to need luck. Because,
scientist of it. To me, you'll always be a little bird.
this will become the fastest run. This will be the fastest run, just so everybody is aware. Yo, Kwandi. But yes, to study in Japanese would be benkyou suru. Gracias por la suerte. I lost a couple of seconds in loading the I lost a couple of seconds in loading the arena, but like this is still very good pace. Depending on how things go, if I don't spawn back in rooftop and I get hug skip and I get warp skip, like I'm probably gonna be very nervous. Yes, you could be attached. You could be attached now. Okay. Sí. Es verdad. Bro still chatting. Okay. Alright. Now is the time to be nervous. High season 100%. No, not really. Well, actually, yes. Yo, Abdul. Okay.
Come now, as we
Thanks for the good luck.
a new dimension.
It should have been 2 new dimensions, but we ran out of time. Okay. Here we go. $200%, probably about 400%. Okay. I lost about a second. I'm starting to shake.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold
Shit.
of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
I could still sub. Is this pace good? It's pretty good, yeah. I can still sub, 2440. The time in the splits is, my fastest, Ant-Agony without Cortex. Before I had the strat changes in the boss. Pace is 1 of 9. I mean, yes, this is true. Did you come in at a pacer? This is pretty good. Yeah. Praying for ball glitch. If I get ball glitch, yeah, I'm saving a bunch of time. I need to do this. Okay. Was I supposed to skip the cutscene? No. But I was supposed to activate the cutscene immediately, which I didn't get for some reason. So I lost a little bit of time. I'm using, the splits are not real. Okay. Bad RNG, but it's okay. Almost failed that. It's okay. 9,000%. How does this level work? I can't die. I cannot die because I do not have Cortex with me. If I die, the game crashes. I'm a little nervous. Okay. He was in a bad spot, but it's okay because I improvised. Now, if I had Cortex, if I died, the game wouldn't crash. Yo, flowers. What is the cycle here? I have to wait a little bit. A little bit behind on the cycle. Okay. Okay. It's gonna depend a lot on God's cycle here. Eating food? Nice. Fuck that up. I'm a tiny bit behind the cycle. No! Yo, Duke. Winning? Nope. I was winning. How much time did I lose in that? I lost 5 seconds off of my... I lost 5 seconds off of my, sum of best in Warp Skip, and I lost 6 doing that. Okay. Nobody has to be sorry, because you know what? Honestly, that run, it was okay. The run was, it was okay, and I'm not bummed about losing it. I was a little nervous, but once I lost a bunch of time in Warp Skip, I was like, okay. Get him next time? Yeah. I know how to deal with that now. I didn't know how to deal with not having a long jump there. I know how to deal with it now. So, the next time we get a pacer into Hub 4 is probably gonna be it, I think. I think so. Why don't you have Cortex with... Why don't I have Cortex with me? So, this is a legacy category. So we do older strats, except for Nut Skip. I know that, like, seeing Nut Skip makes you think that this is, supposed to be any percent, but, like, it's a legacy category now. So there, we go with old strats. This is the run. It very well could be. Like, the thing is that if I get out of Hub 3 at all, it's basically, like, until I really fuck up, it's the run. Do not make the, do not make the mistake. Statistics say next round Giganut will work, imagine. This category is the less evil version of all levels. Actually, yes. I really, since coming back to this category, I realized that all levels sucks balls. And this category is actually pretty fun. Outside of the beginning. Because, I mean, it's still any percent at the end of the day, so the start is incredibly reset heavy. The start is incredibly reset heavy, and it weighs on you. But I mean, like, the thing is that I'm relaxed for most of the run. All the way up until I get to Hub 3, I'm not very worried outside of one room in High Seas. I mean, like, the thing about Nutskip is that doing this, but I've done Nutskip. I have actually done Nutskip thousands of times. I have attempted Nutskip tens of thousands, probably like 25,000 times, I think. Even though you don't know what is happening. I can explain stuff if you want me to. I don't mind. There's not that much... It's not difficult to kind of understand the smoke and mirrors. But yes, it will take some time before I actually get back into doing Hub 2. Because it's any percent... Yeah, explain the glitches. So what I'm doing here is something called Nutskip. And basically, what happens... Well, the thing you have to know is the interaction between Crash and the Nut. There is an attaching mechanism, or an attaching mechanic that happens, when Crash is interacting with the Nut. Where, basically, if Crash is attached to the Nut while he is crossing a loading zone, he will basically teleport. How many times do I think I've beaten the game so far? Maybe a little over 100. It's possible that it's 200, but I'm not sure. But, like, actual full playthroughs because of speedrunning, yeah, probably around 100, 200. Crash Twinsanity, the main movement is doing slide jumps because of something that is also called long jumping, where when Crash slide jumps and then he walks off of a ledge, the game doesn't really know what the fuck to do, but he's still standing for a couple of frames. So we jump, and the game doesn't know what's going on, so it applies the speed to Crash's jump. This also applies to slide jumps as well, because usually when you slide jump off of a ledge, you are capable of controlling Crash. For the same mechanic, but for the opposite reason. So there's a lot of slide jumping that goes on in Twinsanity. And that is the basis of it. There's also another thing that I call phantom ledges, where you can land on ledges that you technically shouldn't be able to allow you to do some skips. And body slamming can clip you through ceilings, and body slamming can also get you up to higher ledges. And there are two different high jumps, depending on the timing at which you press the A button a second time. Literally, that is all you need to know for the basic mechanics. And then the other thing is the way the game works with progression flags, which progression flags are just like, you know, performing an event to progress the story. The way that this game works is that when you trigger one progression flag, the game assumes all of the previous progression flags have been triggered. So, essentially what this does is it skips this category in particular. I mean, past Hub 1, because a Hub 1 you don't need to trigger any of them to finish. To get from Hub 2 to Hub 3, you need to beat the final boss of Hub 2. So we skip directly into the level which has the boss of Hub 2, and then in Hub 3 we do the exact same thing. And then in Hub 4, I mean, in order to actually beat the game, you need to beat the final boss, so we just skip into the final level and then we beat the final boss. That is, in a nutshell, how the category works. And I pretty much just explained to you every single one of the glitches used. The only thing is, and the reason why I reset so much, is because the nut in particular does not like to cooperate, because the game has dynamic physics that deals with the nut rotating. There are dynamic rotation physics and also rotation affects velocity. In a nutshell, yeah, that was not an intentional pun. So, as you can see, sometimes when I'm trying to slide the nut up onto the ledge, sometimes it bounces off, sometimes it just doesn't stay, because it is impossible to actually control the rotation value of the nut. Raid? There was a raid. A long while ago. Yo, Ken. So when I slide like diagonally like that, what I'm actually doing is I'm trying to hit the I'm trying to hit the nut in a way where it's mostly rotating. Who raided? Rach raided. She raided about 30 minutes ago. That's why I have so many viewers. I don't usually get this many viewers normally. My peak without a raid is like 40. There we go. Okay. The nut, it tried. It's been 30 minutes already. Something like that, yeah. Because I got a run going. And I almost finished the run too. And it was like 5 minutes of resets before that. This is going to be a second behind, and it's fine. Ah, great. I touched the water. Actually, to be completely honest with you, the reason why I like read chat so much is because I get kind of bored. Though, if I'm doing offline runs, I tend to meditate. Offline runs are very nice, because I think a lot. I get some of my, like, negative thoughts out. Pull myself together, essentially. As long as the category isn't, like, stupid, like, any percent or all levels. This category seems to be a very nice middle ground. I did not get the long jump there. That kind of sucks. Nope. Okay. Reading chat to Aura Farm. I don't know why people think I Aura Farm. I don't really understand. You know what? Fuck it. We're going for this. This is Aura Farming. And I lost the run. Reading chat is light work. True. I am gonna have to do a hard stop at 5 PM though. Because I need to make sure I rest for my Italian final tomorrow. Not like that's gonna be that bad. But I do need to wake up very early tomorrow. And I probably won't stream because I can just see myself being super cranky. I will most likely be very cranky. I'm not gonna lie. But it's also going to be the last day that well, technically second to last day that I need to wake up early, but, for different reasons. I have a doctor's appointment on Friday, and I have to take my mom... I have to, take my mom to class, or I have to take my mom to work on Friday. My fucking headset. I don't know why. I charged it for like a whole hour, and now it's like back to being fucking low battery again. Now I have to fucking change my... If you're back before 5 p.m., you'll see me later? Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna do this one. I'm gonna take this one instead. I also don't like streaming around 5 p.m. for 2 reasons. Usually because that's when my mom gets home, and that means dogs barking and it's distracting, but also that is when there's an annoying amount of light coming into my room, and it... I'm always streaming at good times for you? Nice. Come on, man. I'm trying to start streaming later because, like, that's when most people can, Twitch viewers of Crash games can watch. But the problem is with my current sleep schedule, that is just not fucking possible. Because, like, I don't get me time. And I'm tired by the time by the time I start doing runs, I'm tired. Today I started very early because I woke up early. If I do feel good enough to stream tomorrow, I will stream, but I probably won't. Where's bro going? That was an annoying time loss. I lost like 0.5 seconds because I had to adjust to the fucking villager. In what fucking universe is a 123 boat almost like not even 100th fastest? You wanted to chill? Yeah. There we go, got the long jump at least. Almost failed. I'm almost to the point where I can do mountain skip and read chat. But it's gonna be a while before I can actually, like, do that. You know what? Fuck it, we go again. Got it this time. That does not save much time, by the way. Yikes. It saves, I think, half a second if I do that. Okay. Fuck off. I'm behind on the cycle. Okay. That fucking rat, dude. I can make it. Hang on. Ah, there we go. Damn it. I'm still trying to work out how to make that more make that faster. But haven't quite I haven't quite figured it out yet. I've been doing that very very safely, unfortunately. Plus, that wasn't exactly a very good high seas either, so I was fine with just losing it. Unfortunately, with this category, I could, even though I fucking hate saying this, I could probably stream this for 11, 12 hours. I'm not tired enough to care about how this run is going yet. The other day, yesterday I was, because I had very little sleep. And I had my Russian final. Today, I'm fine. Tomorrow, I have my Italian final, which will take less brain power. Okay. There we go. Thursday, I should be okay. Wednesday, I might do some runs. Which, if I don't get the 2430 today, I'll get it tomorrow, I think. Or, if I don't get it today or tomorrow, I'll get it Thursday, I think. And then, I don't know, I think I'm gonna go back to Hundo Classic. After I get the 24-3X. And then, I'm gonna go for the 101 in Standard Hundo. And then... That sucks. I'm sick. I'm fucking sick. I mean, I used to do long streams all the time. It's just I'm generally too tired to do them. Okay, that was really stupid. What just happened? I got moonwalk, so I should have died, and then it just completely dropped my fucking jump. I'm gonna try that again. I'm gonna try the extra slide jump and mountain skip again and see if I can do it. Because if I can start doing that, then, like, I pump out an extra second, which is nice. The only thing after that would be putting an extra... I can only do 2 more slide jumps into mountain skip. Am I studying to become a translator? I'm studying to be a language teacher. I've never been good at translation. Initially, I was going to become an interpreter, but I also realized that that isn't for me. Because I'm good at interpretation, but I am way better as a teacher than I am an interpreter. Yes, deep down I've known I've wanted to be a teacher. A lot of my actual skill sets align exactly with teaching. Teaching you at college? I don't know. I only teach language. I can tutor. I'm able to do that, but actual, like, teaching probably wouldn't work. Pretty slow nut, but it's fine. I really wanted that mask. I usually want to get that mask. It gives me a little bit of a buffer in case I do make a mistake. Bastard. Nah, I don't want to take this. Hang on, let me, I just recalibrated my sticks. Ah, better. There we go. Much better. Damn. If we just had something to make nut skip consistent, all this stuff that I'm doing would be so much better and so much easier. That's the thing that kind of sucks. And I mean, I have said I would go and I would optimize, I would go and optimize any percent way further if we didn't have to deal with Hub 1. Because unfortunately, right now, I am more consistent at Hub 1 than I was when I was doing any percent. I'm way more consistent at it, and I'm slightly faster. Because my movement is cleaner. Problem. That still does not fix Hub 1. Hub 1 still has its issues. Like that right there. I can't fucking dodge that. And sometimes that happens. There is fucking nothing I can do to make Hub 1 better. And it's like 75% of resets happen in Hub 1, specifically. And right now, it's like 60... Right now, I think it's like somewhere in the realm of like 60... 60s... I think it's like 65%. Between 65 and 70%. What do I mean optimize? Do I need to give you a definition of what optimize means? Like, there's Google. Sometimes I feel like you just say stuff just to interact and not actually think about what you're trying to say. But, yes. Hub 1 is the biggest issue. Save more battery by optimizing. True. For the environment. Nah, fuck the environment. Destroy the animals. It's already dead. Don't recycle. Throw away the waste into the ocean. Do it. Do it, pussy. You won't. If that's in the fucking VOD, which it's not going to be because that's slow as fuck. What I mean by that, I mean go faster. That is exactly what I mean. For a 24 in your game, I already have a 24 here. I just want to have a 24 3x. Something that is faster than what I currently have set as my goal. I thought that 2438 would be a good number to compare against, just in case. Because there's not much optimization I can really put into it. Yeah, imagine. You have up to 2 minutes to save from your PB. Yeah. I have 30 seconds. I have approximately 30 seconds of time save in the whole run. Mind you, in a run that is fairly easy to optimize. Early game is harsh, yeah. That's how it always is. It's always the early game, it's never late game. I mean, Antagony is brutal, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not as bad as Hub. It's not as bad as Jungle Bungle. Or Insanity Island. At least when I do, what's it called? At least when I do, like, Antagony, I know exactly what happened and why I had a mistake. Whereas with Hub 1 in general, for any percent no dimension skip, Hub 1 is basically just nut skip and totem skip. And the thing is like, things can just happen. There's no, like, rhyme. I mean, there's reasons why, like, if I fail the actual teleport for nut skip, there's reasons for it, but the thing is like, it's difficult. It's whether you actually perform it. Yeah. Right there, I'm getting a 24 boat. I jumped super early. You just gotta keep going, yep. You know you can perform the run, you just need to actually do it. Unfortunately, speedrunning is literally like that. That was a 23 boat. Interesting. The fact that a fucking basic 23 boat is not even in the 25th percentile is crazy. Come on, dude. Speedrunning isn't necessarily about going fast, but losing as little time as possible. Kind of, yeah. A lot of speedrunning is mental. By the way, this is one of the reasons why I crack down on people that can be tilting. Or if I notice even I get slightly annoyed, I do react. A lot of that is actually legitimately just because if I let something persist, I could be tilted for the rest of the run, and it basically kills my chances of actually doing the run. Because the majority of speedrunning is mental. It's also one of the reasons why I talk a lot, because I can get through a lot of, like, my mental blocks if I'm talking to somebody. If I'm focusing less, I have less mental blocks actually preventing me from performing at my best. there's like a weird balance. It's like the time where I said like, oh, hey, I passed Mountain Skip, I wasn't even paying attention, and that was a pretty damn good run to boot. Like, that is, that's really nice because, like, I'm just, I know I'm capable of basically what I'm trying to do. But my muscles don't like to work, or, like, I'm tilted, like, I'm slightly tilted right now. Fatigued, focusing on other things, thinking about other things. No wonder I'm fatigued. Yeah. I'm not used to doing streams this long anymore. I don't do it. I don't do it anymore. I used to. And what a lot of people would say is go and take a break. Yo, Liver. Thanks for the congrats. But yes, the thing is, if you, a lot of people say, well, why don't you take a break? Taking a break doesn't actually help me. Because of the fact that I usually have a level of concentration. And usually once that concentration is broken, it's over. And I drop. Essentially, once I start streaming for like 30 minutes or something like that, I tend to reach like a peak of concentration. And then, it slowly trickles. It slowly trickles. But usually there's like, I get a second wind around around the 6-hour mark or something like that. And then like, after that it drops. It's a pretty intense drop. And any break basically kills all of that momentum. And I don't have, hey Carrie, I don't exactly have the stamina to bring it back up, usually. But also, when I'm more fatigued and my, and like, my body kind of starts to work on its own, it works. Yeah, you shut up now. Dude, come on. Now the game is starting to get ridiculous. You're not fucking doing this. You're not starting to fucking do this. I swear. I will actually be mad if you actually start fucking doing this. Sorry, dude. Oh no, my controller. I hope it's not doing this. Also, what's going on, Duke? We haven't spoken in a while. PB'd on the first attempt with no warm-up. That does happen, yes. Yeah, we should do something. Did we do Reach? I don't think we did Reach. We could do Reach. Old Mad Catz controller. It's not a Mad Catz controller. The issue's the... The issue's the cable that I'm using. Also, try Lasso. Maybe a little further in the summer. Okay. That should have worked. I mean, I'm not disliking what's going on. I'm a little tilted right now, but it's... Being tilted is pretty normal for speedrunning. The tilt happens when no progress gets made, more than anything else. I mean, a lot of people probably think I was getting mad when I lost the run I had earlier, and I wasn't really mad. I'm happy to get out and play the rest of the game. Being stuck in the early game is extremely tilting. But yeah, we could figure out a time to do Lasso. There we go. Good. Okay. I'll probably do it after this. After this stream is done. I'm putting a hard cap for another 2.5 hours. Come on. Really, dude? You're starting to do this to me again? I am not kidding when I say I would probably give somebody a decent amount of money if they fucking find... Well, I mean, decent amount, like maybe $100 if I have the cash. To find a better means of doing Hub 1. Even if it's slower by like a second. If it is consistent... Honestly, that would be better. Nut hell, yeah, nut jail is horrible. And this isn't like any percent. Have there been any new discoveries? No, not really. Gotta bust the nut, yep. Alright, see you, Duke. Thanks for the good luck. I'm also trying to build a little bit of longer stream stamina, because if I'm gonna do a subathon, it's gonna have to be a long stream, and I'm gonna need the stamina. One of the things that I'm gonna have for that subathon, by the way, is any actual serious any percent attempts. Like, I think it's like, give me X amount of bits, or give me like whatever, and you can change what I'm running. I think that would be cool. And serious any percent attempts would be up there. Along with Hundo, it's all of the categories in Twinsanity will be up there. Damn it. It dropped one of my inputs. I mean, I'm not sure if that's a good idea, because I don't think people are going to care enough. But it will cause maybe some interaction. Like, I don't know, maybe it's like 500 bits or something. You get to choose what I do. Until somebody else does it. If an input drop happens, would it be an in-nut drop? No. Also, I am open to feedback. If anybody wants to, like, give me an opinion about what they think would be a good idea for a subathon or whatever, you can chime in, I don't mind. But it has to be, like, speedrunning oriented. Because I already know for a fact, if I just slip in casual games, it's not gonna work. I know that for a fact. You might be like, oh, why don't you do a horror game? It's like, but the thing is, I don't get scared at horror games. It's not fun to watch me play horror games. Horror games with face cam, you're probably not gonna see much. Play a rage game. Yeah, and then nobody will watch. Fun if I added Warp 105? I could probably do that, yeah. Crash 2 Hundo is on the list, but it's not serious attempts, it's like dual run. Like, it would essentially be try to learn a new run in X hours. I don't know. Max percent crash runs? No. I'm not doing max percent. Learning a new game might not be super interesting. Especially if the idea is to switch games. That may be more of a, like, a sub-goal. Because, like, I am planning on learning Spyro 120%. So, that would probably be fine. As, like, a sub-goal is, like, start learning Spyro 120 now. On stream instead of doing it off stream. Bash 200% is gonna be a goal instead of, like, something. Just play Bash. I mean, yeah, Bash 200% is on there. CNK run? Maybe? Yes, Bash is gonna be up there. Will it be attainable? Probably not. Depends on how much money people are willing to give me. It will be a hefty price. Because, oh no, I am not making Bash 200% easy. A race against somebody in a game you both haven't learned? Could be arranged. But it would have to depend on the game. And how long the run is. A Crash 1 100% race might not be a bad idea. But the problem is availability. But that could go on the list of goals. Like 20 subs or something. Twinsanity Bingo could also go on there. As a goal. But it also depends on the availability of the other person, because the thing is, while I know some people would be okay with, it, the thing is if the goal is reached, it needs to be sorted out. You bastard! Come on. Losing an entire minute because of that is really... Or an entire second because of... one notch is annoying. Yo, Dio. Nope. That was tilt. I could make a glitchless playthrough of Twinsanity 100%. Or like a glitchless run. But it would be a pretty high sub goal. Because I promise you that will be boring as shit. I promise you, glitchless would be boring as hell. Not as high as Bash 200% though. Can't wait to yell at me when I do an unavoidable glitch. Yeah, let's go, dude. I'll have to define what a fucking glitch is so that way I can fucking do it. Oh, you bastard. You could do some... blindfolded is not gonna work with twins. There is basically no way you can do shit blindfolded. Twinsanity is not a game you can do blindfolded. It's impossible to normalize things. Will there be non-run related games? Probably not. Probably not. I may make a poll about it, but I don't think, like... Because the thing is I've played casual stuff, and nobody watches me when I play casually. Anything casually. And it won't be a marathon either. It will literally be like, I will probably mostly be doing attempts just for, like, people will be allowed to, people will be allowed to choose what category I do, what game I play, with a couple of things where I would do no reset runs of something. Maybe one or more Archies. I don't know if people are gonna do Archies, but I did think, doing some Kong Archie. But the thing is I need to check to see what people want. Or not what people want, but what people would be willing to watch. Because I can't just, like, say, oh, I'll do this, and then it's like, well, if nobody is there a point? So it will most likely be... I think things that are not, like, out of the normal scope of things would be, goals rather than like, redeemables. That's how I'm thinking about it, is like, you know, anything Twins related is probably going to be just a redeem, where you can say, like, okay, well, you give me 500 bits, and then on the next reset, I just swap to a different category. And standard any percent will be there. And I will be doing actual attempts. It's not like, you know, no resets. Unless somebody particularly asks for no resets, I will do actual any percent attempts. Hundo will be there. Classic Hundo will be on there. Of course, all levels will be on there. Any percent no dimension skip. And they will all be the same price. There will also be no reset. No reset run of, say, like Crash 2. Probably, I mean, it would be Hundo. 105. Crash 1, 100%. Spiral 1 might be up there. Sonic Adventure will be there too. But those will be no reset runs, not serious attempts. I almost died. Bruno 120% learning is probably going to be a sub goal or a money goal. Bash is also going to be on there. I have never fucked that up before. Cool. Interesting. Bash 2 Hundo is also going to be on there, unfortunately, but it will be something ridiculous, so... like, probably like $200 or $300 or something like that total. Fuck off. I thought I could make that. I could not make that. Twalk 106% would be a goal too, but the only reason is because it's very long. I would keep Twalk 106 as something that I could do a no reset of, but it is just way too long. Which sucks, because I do like playing Twalk. It's just that it would take me about 4 hours to do 106. So it would be a goal rather than a redeem, unfortunately. But maybe Twalk any percent might be up there. And like I said, I'm pretty open to feedback right now. Because while I am asking for money, I have no fucking clue how a subathon is going to work in a speedrun, in like a speedrun fashion. Because I could just do what everybody else does and just play games casually or whatever, but the thing is like, most of those people have people who watch them play games casually. That is literally not something that happens for me. And I also need to have fun. Like, if I'm playing something casually and it's like 2 people, I assume everybody's bored and I'm bored. And then I think like, well, why the fuck am I streaming? I just, like, I could just play this game on my own. And the unfortunate part is, oh, play a horror game with face cam, and it's like, I'm not fun to watch. I don't get scared very easily, and I make fun of the horror game while I'm playing it. Wow, I failed that. Interesting. I make fun of the horror game while I'm playing it, and usually, I don't react that much. I may also make the first like goal be face cam. And then basically like if I reach that, it's like, well, I just have to solve the problem of how I'm going to have face cam on. Once I have that, easy. I have all the tools for it. I just need to figure out how to make a sheet so that way nobody gets to see my room. And you only get to see me. Because, since I'm in an unfinished basement that's not painted, what about a green screen? I'd have to buy a green screen. I'm not buying a green screen. And by the time I would be able to have it, it's already done. I don't have the resources to make a green screen. How are we doing? Not very well. I did have one run. Damn it, grab the fucking nut, dude. Green screens are relatively cheap. I have 0 money. Well, I am getting a payout of $70, but I have to spend it, unfortunately. I can't buy stuff if I have no money. And people say, like, oh, well, that means you probably have, like, $100 in reserve. No. I have $1 in my fucking bank account. That's all I got, man. That's why I want to do something, so I can at least have something to at least survive until the fucking semester starts. I'm not saying this for people to give me, like, pity me. It's just that is the literal reality at the moment. And I'm also seeing to see if it's something that would be cool to do from now here and there, so that way I can have some kind of thing to improve upon my improve upon the stream. So that way I'm not, like, pulling away from stuff that I need in order to, like, survive, in order to improve the stream. Because essentially what I'm gonna do with whatever I get is I'm gonna basically pay off what I need to tie me over until at least next semester. And then budget how much I'm going to need until next semester, and then use whatever's left over to purchase stuff for the stream. Is essentially what's gonna happen. Like, I'll be transparent about it, I don't care. Okay, I got the long jump there. How am I failing that now? That is weird that I'm failing now. And it will probably be the only time, you know, if people actually like me doing it, I might do it more, but it will likely be the only time where I will actually, like, legitimately ask for money. I mean, I've done it before, but luckily in those other times, it was fine. Because I found ways. Okay, there we go. But yeah, the face cam thing, really, I'm gonna probably get a sheet. Not a sheet, but, a comforter. Okay, I thought I failed that. Everything else I don't really know that much about. I haven't thought about it that much. Right now I'm thinking more about the final I have tomorrow. And then, damn it. Only thing I really have to kind of think about is how much, like, what starting time, because if I remember correctly, usually it's like they make it so that way something adds to a timer and that dictates how long it goes on. And then of course I'm not going to be like, I'm gonna pause the timer and then sleep. Like, turn off stream, sleep, and then turn it back on. You don't get to watch me sleep? Fuck no. Ew. Not only that, like, I mean, I'm not gonna have the stream on while I sleep either. I'll have, like, a start time that I haven't figured out yet. And I'm going to have some type of end time too. For each day, I'll have a start time and an end time to make sure that I at least get one meal and sleep. One meal, rest time, sleep, and then start the next day, same time, end same time, and then see how long that goes. I was really confused. I don't know. That makes sense as to why I failed that. So probably will be like 15 hours, I think, 15 hours, then give myself 3 hours of, like...
I'm gonna get ya. Come here.
15 hours of stream. And that's basically what I'm gonna set it as. And, probably, like, 1 sub would add an hour. Or a little bit. Maybe 2 hours or something like that. I really don't know. Because I'm not really expecting to get that much. Or maybe it's like, I'll do... like, dollar equivalent. So, like... I mean, I won't have to check the actual, like, monetary thing. I think it's like... I guess you could say 1 sub equals 6 hours or something like that added. Maybe 6 hours is a little much, though. I'll have to do some calculations, because in the case that things blow up in my fucking face, I don't want to be streaming every single day for the entire month. Which won't give you a paycheck? I mean, it won't matter, because as long as I get over $50, I'll get the payout. I do have a payout right now that hasn't come to me yet. 1 sub 10 minutes, 3 subs an hour. It's possible. My worry is that, if it's too little, like, let's say this, and this isn't saying that I have no faith. What this is saying is rather, like, in the case that, say, like, the first day is just a horrible day. And if it's 1 sub equals 10 minutes, I get 6 subs. That is only an hour. I stream for 15 hours. I only have an hour of streaming. And then the whole thing's just a failure. I don't think that's very fair. I could make it dynamic for each day, where the first day gives a lot, and, you know, second day is like double, and then third day is like a little bit. That way, in the case, it basically breaches both worlds, where, like, in the case the first day doesn't do too well, I still, like, at least stream a whole second day. And then, the rest is, like, in the case that it somehow gets way too out of hand, I don't end up streaming the entire month. Because the thing is there are things that are happening. My mom's birthday, on the 12th. Well, actually, basically same day as my mom's birthday, I'm gonna be playing a game with my VTuber friends. And then, and then my mom has her retirement dinner. So essentially, like, it basically solves both issues, where it's like, if I end up being too successful somehow, if it somehow is too successful, it's not going to basically, like, be perpetual. Because the thing is, I have no fucking clue how this is gonna turn out. The most I've done, I did like, fundraisers before, but it was always, like, 20, 25 bucks. So it's both, like, I kind of want to try it out to see what... to see, like, if I have fun doing it. Stuff that just doesn't work. Exactly, yeah. Make the runner sing. I don't know if me singing is going to be a good idea. Fuck you. Fuck off! Flip the controller? I wish I could do that. Yo, Ratchet. How's it going? Today's not super good, though I did have a run. Dude! What? The fuck is going on? Category looks fun. It's fun when you can get out of Hub 1. That is the second time that that has happened. Yo, Swiss roll. And, like, it's starting to get kind of ridiculous. I think my inputs are getting dropped. And it's because I can't... I have no way to, like, properly suspend my adapter, I think. It's hanging right now. And also, I'm having some issues with my calves twitching. Dude. Ugh. Bought new disc for this at the start of the month. No more read errors. Nice. PS2 peasant should just play on Xbox or play on emulator rather than playing on console. Internet is terrible. Rip. I'm sitting on my phone. Yeah, get with the times, old timer. PS2 is outdated. PS2 is outdated and more difficult to do runs of than Xbox. Xbox is a Pentium 3 PC. With a 42 any percent? Why 42? $42 though? Why 42? Oh, because your PB is 42. 27? You're not terrible. Neither of you guys are terrible. You just don't update your strats. Of course you're gonna get a run that's that. Of course you're gonna get a run that's that slow if you're just using... If you're still using Dimension Skip. Exactly, why would you still be using Dimension Skip? It's harder and it's slower than Cursed Splash. Cursed Splash has been meta since 2021, I think. 2021 or 2022. 2023. And Cursed Splash is fairly easy to perform as long as you're not on NTSC. If you're on NTSC, then just stop playing on console and play on emulator. I just know that there are a couple of people who are specifically... There was at least one person saying, I just want to beat Beta's time. Or it's like... something, it's just like... Just play on emulator. Just do runs on emulator. And then just do Curse Splash. Curse Splash is kind of tough to work, kind of tough to do, but like, or it's tough to learn, but it's not tough to do. Cursed Splash is about as difficult as Uka Skip, just with just a lot harder to learn because it's complex. Oh my fuck! There was another stink bug that died. Sub 15 is not difficult to get. It's been like one stink bug every 2 days, and it's pissing me off. But yeah, sub 15 is not hard to get. People vastly overestimate. I've noticed this with twins. People vastly overestimate how how difficult it is to get a certain time. If you learn most of the modern strats, but also stick to some easier stuff, trust me, like, most people at the beginner level, within a month, can get top 10 in basically any category, except this one. Because, like, top 10... Then maybe I'm just better. Top 10? Top 10? Top 10 for most categories is, like, fairly easy with newer strats. Easier strats. You could do Cursed Splash up to the back kill. I mean, in a couple of minutes, I taught Abdo how to do... In 20 minutes, I taught Abdo how to do everything with more consistency than Stu and Dio. If that's any indication. Like, if you look at how Stu does it, he doesn't do certain things correctly. Like, it is not that difficult to actually become consistent at Cursed Splash. Isn't your Cursed Splash consistently like 85%? It's like 90%, right? I'm also including the, I'm including, like, the checkpoint. Skipping the checkpoint. Everything else, like, you should get basically 100% of the time, except sometimes you just can't get swag crouch. I don't count that because, like, sometimes that shit just doesn't work. My Cursed Splash is 95 to 99. Damn it. Swag crouch 95. Yeah, I taught Abdo to get basically like close to 95. Stu, I think was like 70%. But yeah, that is still way higher than Dimension Skip. It's just harder to learn. Once you actually get Cursed Splash down, it's really not that bad. It's about the same difficulty as Uka Skip. How was that a 120? That was a 123 boat missing a jump. That's like crazy. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm starting to miss that now, which is annoying. But yeah, with Cursed Splash, as long as you don't, like, you can bring Cortex with you. As long, just don't do Cortex Antagony, just bring Cortex with you, so that way you can do death abuses, so you don't have to, so the game doesn't crash. And you should be able to get, like, a 15-minute time, no problem. Because I would say, like, you might get a 140, 150 hub 1, and then you'd probably lose, like, a good 20 seconds. And then warp skip if you don't do the stupid body slam shit. And you do, like, a slower twin jump. It's another 20 or something. You're basically only a minute off. That's like 112. Then you just have to do a 9-minute Antagony to get a 15-minute time. You just practice a lot of Antagony, and then you should get at least an 8-minute. 15 minutes at any percent, yeah. On emulator. Top 10 in all levels is also very easy. I think that... I don't even think, like, the 10th run reaches 130. Well, yes, because of course you did Rock Slide if you got a 20 minute. Just do Warp Skip. The easier version of Warp Skip, which has a twin jump. Are you kidding? Oh, like, I'll be honest. Doing the easier stuff, if you're already familiar with the game, I don't see it taking more than 2 weeks to learn it and then a month to get a 15-minute time. But you have to kind of just sit down and learn the strats. And not the fastest stuff, because if you're learning Cortex Antagony and all this other bullshit, don't expect to even finish a run for like 8 or 9 months. Because I do want to remind anybody that's thinking about that it took me months to actually start completing runs with Cortex Antagony. It took me months. And that was me with everything developed and practiced. That was also with practice. I don't usually practice. And it took me months to start finishing runs with Cortex Antagony. A newer runner, it could take 8 to 9 months to just finish something. And actually, like, probably over a year to just save time with Cortex Antagony. Oh, come on. All levels is probably a little bit easier to learn, because all levels is basically just finishing the levels. There's not much to learn, and you can just, like, create your own route. Not that bad. You do want to learn the game? I would recommend driver's license, nice. Luckily, driving isn't that bad. I would I would recommend either for starting the game, I would recommend either learning all levels or look up the old dimension skip strat, where the only big things you have to learn are dimension skip and Uka skip, which Uka skip is not that bad to learn. It's still a hard trick. Like, I put it as like a 6 out of 10 for a reason. But it still gives you a taste of what the actual run is what the actual game is like. In something that's like in less than 30 minutes. Come on! But yeah, it's it'd basically be like a something that you could basically learn in a couple of days, technically. You could finish your first run in a matter of like a week or so, if you are quite good. But like Nut Skip, easy to learn. Totem Skip, the old version of Totem Skip, very easy to learn. You can learn that in a couple of minutes. Maybe about an hour. You could learn the entirety of Hub 1 at the beginner version of Hub 1 at a reasonable pace. Probably get all the way up to Hub 2. Very quick. Damn. Hub 2 would be difficult because you have to learn Uka Skip. And Uka Skip is going to take a little bit. Dimension Skip, old Dimension Skip is going to take a little bit of time. And then you just have to learn Hub 4, which is, you can either do Bandicoot Pursuit or skip Bandicoot Pursuit, and then go directly into Antagony. Dude. You haven't learned a new game in a while? Yeah. Now, if it were me, since I already know the game, it would take me less than a day. But I do actually know... I know how to do the category already. Skipping is faster? Yes. But only by, like, a minute. You don't need to skip it. Well, if you're going slow, it takes... Bandicoot Pursuit could take up to 3 minutes. But, you could just skip Bandicoot Pursuit. It's a little annoying, but it can be done. The new skip into the cave? I don't know what you mean by the new skip into the cave. Oh, the skip. I don't know why I read new. If it's just jumping off of the rock and then long jumping, then yeah. If it's the ball, that is inconsistent and does not really work. Damn. I don't know which one you were talking about. But it's not hard. It's annoying, but it's not hard. The long jump from the rock, then yeah, that would be the correct strat. Dude. Come on. I have been stuck in Hub 1 for the past, like, 40 minutes. Please. Please, just let me out. Thanks for the stonks. Ooh, it's starting to rain. That makes a lot of sense as to why I'm feeling this way. Nice. Yo, Sir Simple, thanks for the stonks. No, we do not love rain. That's a lot of stonks. So many stonks. Stonks. You guys need to start doing redemptions. People need to bet their points. What redemptions? I don't fucking know. Predictions, yeah. That's what I meant. Predictions. It's raining. Tutorial. Stonks. Imagine. I was wondering why like everything was deteriorating so fast. Dude, come on. And I was also wondering why I was hurting so bad. Nut. It's because of the fucking rain. That would also explain my irritability. Oh, come on. Fine, Giganut. Nope. Yes. So rain causes flare-ups, and that sucks. Damn. Come on, man. I don't want to be doing this run all day. I think I'll end in about an hour. I should be ending earlier, though. Especially because my head is starting to ring. Oh boy. I'm gonna do Giganut again. I hate everything, dude. Fountain skip. No, go fuck yourself. There we go. I'm surprised that that made it, but I mean, I'm not complaining. Thank you. Okay, that almost failed. Cool. That was like 30 attempts in a row of not being able to get out of Hub 1. Why are you here? Still a 123. I'm... Really? I am getting kind of tired of the game trying to just fuck me over. Man. Dude, come on. Now the game is just laughing at me. I may have to just, start ending the stream. I didn't realize that it was gonna rain today. Maybe I'll end the stream at 1375. 1375 might be the... 1375 might be the cutoff, I think. Because now that there is rain, yeah, I'm deteriorating. I'm about to sludge. Wait, what the fuck? I got like giga followers today, holy shit. I'm almost at 2,700. You cannot manage your prediction. It might not be a smart idea to do so. Right now. But good predictions would probably, be something like... Do I get Body Slam first try AoE? For AoE skip? Or like, Do I manage Amberly? Okay. I'll push a little harder. For the real old one? What real old one? Did that prediction never end or something? Wow, yes. Thank fuck. But it's stored there. Okay. Holy shit. We did it. We're out of Hub 1. Do some research quickly. Skipless run. Nice. I almost hit the cutscene trigger. It's horrifying to watch. Understandable, by the way. I have not gotten any runs since you left. .5 runs must have been good? No. I did get one to the end of Antagony, but it wasn't that great, and then I wouldn't say I choked, but I made a mistake. Because there was something I didn't know how to deal with. Take this run? Well, we do take those. I think this is gonna be the last run of the day. I'm not sure I have, I'm not sure I have the energy for another one. You allow BB. Go for an hour, 30 minutes more to make it a full 8-hour workday? I wish. I wish I had the energy. I don't, unfortunately. Not with the rain.
Yummy fresh meat for my pot.
Fuck off. I forgot where I was for a second, so... This is not good. Go faster, yo sloth. The noble boar, the humble bumblebee. True. Ooh, I lost like a whole second. I'm supposed to get here at 120... I'm supposed to get here at 120, 121, not 122. It's a good day to see some crash runners. Maybe.
The rats are leaving the sinking ship. Tell us where
No,
the treasure
you
is.
have to help me, Crash. You heard them. They want to destroy our island home, humiliate and slave you, and steal my brain. How I envy the simple life of the tribesfolk. Living in harmony with Mother Nature. The noble boar, the humble bumblebee. Ah!
One, two, three, four. If we could do a prediction, it would be, do I get body slam first try? Do I take commissions? What do you mean by commissions? I could take voice acting commissions, to be honest. Custom voice lines? I could do that, yeah. Sloth comes in, spams, starts getting on Master Chief Collection. Imagine. I could do custom voice lines, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. No wonder. I don't know if, I don't know if I have long jump storage here. Need voice lines for live split? Interesting. I do not have long jump storage, okay. Okay, interesting. That was pretty bad. Alright. Buena superior, gracias por la suerte. I mean, you can DM me after stream. Ooh, I'm losing so much time. Holy pace, not so pace.
My crystals.
I'm losing a lot of that time. I lost like 1.5 seconds.
Must be repaired, and only one person.
I mean, it doesn't really matter.
My niece, Nina Cortex.
It doesn't really matter up until AoE.
Obviously, I've made a
If I get AoE first try and it's like fucking incredible, then yeah, we are on pace.
private dirigible.
Send me a DM when you have time.
Amberley's
Okay.
Academy of Evil.
And we can work something out, I guess.
This way.
Voice acting commissions for the subathon. You know, that's actually a pretty good idea. $100 for me to say basically anything you want in Cortex voice? That's not a bad idea. Well, anything you want with the asterisks. Pouring out his mouth, imagine. Cool runner? I don't know if I'm cool, but you get full credit for this idea, imagine. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Holy shit. Fuck you. Come on, man. I want to do more. Say bitter in Japanese. I mean, no. That is not kosher. There will be asterisks. What was that trick? That is a modified version of AoE skip. Because my loads are too fast. So I have a specific method of doing it that allows me to just kind of do it without having to wait, or without having like a semi-frame perfect, and by semi-frame perfect I mean under a frame of perfection of loading. But yes, for the subathon, I'm also going to have like voice lines. 99% of speedrunners stop before PB, imagine. But yeah, so I'll have to come up with some rules regarding those, because the thing is if there's I can't say anything cancelable, and I will limit on the level. Okay, that was scary. That's not all levels though. That's just AoE skip. It's an old skip. But yes, there will basically be rules like no slurs, obviously, I don't want to say anything very inappropriate. Unless it's really funny. Nothing inappropriate unless it's really funny. And then, like, cancelable, it's just bitter, nothing racist, obviously. The problem is that when I'm doing a voice like that, it could be cancelable. Because I don't know how the pronunciation's going to go. I also don't know how that's gonna work on YouTube. Maybe super chats. I don't know exactly how the hell I'm going to, like, add a bunch of stuff. Like, I want to have a concrete idea by the end of the week, and then I'm probably going to start it maybe next week, but then with, like, I will have times where I'm doing other things too, which won't be part of the subathon. Why was it one notch too far to the left? Fuck you, Kevin. But yes, there will be nothing cancelable. Nothing cancelable, nothing sexual. Unless it's really funny, but it's probably not gonna be funny. But it would just be for 100 bits. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll, like... Maybe I'll make, like, 500 bits or something. Or $5, basically, like... Oh, hey, so, I would basically allow people to choose 2 characters and 2 voices that I can do, and basically read lines like that. Analyze games real good. What does that mean? Corntex and Robotnik. I have other voices I can do. I might do 10 or 15 bits and you could basically choose whichever characters you want. Like, create any combination. Of voices I'm capable of doing anyways. But yeah, they would be Cortex, Robotnik, Vector the Crocodile, Spyro the Dragon, Spyro 1 or Hero's Tail version. Nope, no cancelable words. That almost failed. No fun allowed? Well, I don't want to be canceled. Then you're not funny, yeah. Dude, come on. Couldn't find out where I was. I didn't really think about the voice acting thing, though. I could make a, I could make a sub-goal be a voice acting improv stream, too. And I could also have various friends come in and try to improv with me. And then I could make like a bit war for us to change voices during the improv. But the improv will probably be pure ad-lib. Because I'm not 100% sure if anybody else that I know outside of one guy is capable of actually like sticking to themes and topics, because I have acting skills, though I'm not necessarily professional level. But allowing people to to be able to switch my character at will would probably make for an entertaining time. I just don't know if it would be popular. Because I've kind of not done much voice acting stuff in a while. So a lot of people that watch me only think I do Cortex. And I don't just do Cortex. I could technically do Sonic and Shadow as well. Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? The old Jason Griffith Shadow. Not sure if I can improv, though. Vector I can. I could also technically do karaoke as a sub-goal, but I don't really think that's going to be such a great idea, because the last time I did karaoke, nobody was there. Where's the computer room? Well, see, that's 4Kids Vector, but I can still do that.
Find the computer room! Well, if it isn't Shadow!
I don't like 4Kids Vector as much as Sonic Heroes Vector, which is a lot deeper. Saw you doing Knuckles, crazy. Like, Sonic Heroes Vector's deeper. It's like,
Excuse me, miss. I was wondering if I could ask you something. A date? You think this is a joke, you little brat? What? What's up, SBO? Who's this broad? There you are, you mustached moron! He's the one, right? This is gonna cost you extra!
I like Sonic Heroes Vector more. Sounds a lot more full than, and less cartoony than fucking...
Find the computer room! Well, if it isn't Shadow!
Like, that's... It's too memey. Why is the game doing this to me? Why is the game doing this to me, dude?
What are you doing? Be quiet! What's wrong with you?
Oh, come on, man. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do a hard stop at 1400 attempts. The hard stop at 1400 is probably the smarter idea than what I'm doing right now. I don't know if I'm gonna do any runs tomorrow. Because I promise you I'm gonna be cranky. And I think I'm going to dedicate tomorrow to just kind of like, to cooking up subathon ideas. I think with the voice acting stuff, the idea is basically like there, where it's like, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. 100 bits, I say something in a voice line that you make. 500, I do a 500. You can choose 2 characters. 1,000 or 1,500, you can basically create any kind of scenario, but you would have to like DM it to me or something like that. But also for a sub or whatever, you can like choose and you can like have me switch games or something because I will be grinding. And you'll get to choose which category I grind. First sub goal, Twalk 106. Some other type of sub goal. Third sub goal, learn Spiral 120% on stream. And then something later. Voice acting improv stream with friends. Where it will have special rules, and then probably at the top it would be Bash 200%, which is like, that is gonna be like $300 or $400 raised. Bash is gonna be stupid. Bash 200% is something that I am going to very much so make sure people don't fucking get. And I am kind of nervous for the one guy that's got a lot of money that will, like, drop 100 gifted subs. I went inside the mountain. Because I know there's gonna be that one motherfucker that's gonna drop like 100 subs or something. I just have this feeling, and it's like, okay, but I'm not fucking doing Bash 200% unless it's something ridiculous. It's gotta be something ridiculous. Time to send your life savings to see me suffer? You shouldn't. Like, I'm not going to lie, I will be very pissed if first day we meet the Bash 200% sub goal. Or whatever goal, money goal. I will be extremely pissed. But to be fair, somebody would have to drop at least $1,000 or something like that. And I don't think anybody's dumb enough for that. I hope not. I mean, I would be happy to get, like, $500. That would be awesome. But that would mean I have to play Bash. I don't want to play Bash 200%. Well, it would be a run of it. It would last 2 days, at least. If that happened, I would have to fucking cap stuff. And then I would have to basically, like, figure out how the fuck to do stuff if that ended up happening. Of course my capture card is doing that stupid lagging thing. Nut skip. Yes. There we go. That was pretty slow. That... I don't know why that happened. Fuck off. And... Fuck! I don't know if I'm behind on the cycle or not. I might be. Only slightly? Okay. Ugh. Yeah, look how slow this is. I've lost about, a second and a half. Yeah, this is pretty slow. Yeah. Almost 3 seconds behind. I'm behind my average. Damn. Ugh. I did not expect that to happen. Okay. While my brain is back in order, my body is not. I am only gonna endure 2 more resets. What time do I normally stream? I stream whenever the fuck I want. I will most likely be, establishing more, for the summer. But it's gonna be variable since, I have classes too. I definitely do need a break. You can do ! Discord, because when I do the subathon, I will be announcing that. Yeah, unfortunately, well, the rain is gone, so my head is actually fine, but my body is still, like, in... Yep, okay. So yeah, if you want to get the notification of when the subathon thing is, you can go here. Let me see if there's anybody to raid. Stu's doing Crash 2, but I think I'm gonna raid Jordy. Okay. See ya.